Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera diucapkan kepada semua. Selamat datang ke Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu atau disebut sebagai CSI First 2021. Sebuah program secara maya yang diinspirasikan oleh pengarah Kolej MARA Seremban, Dr. Saeedah binti Abdul Rahman dan direalisasikan oleh Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban buat julung kalinya. Untuk makluman anda, Colloquium ini akan mengumpulkan 13 sesi perbentangan dari 18 orang barisan pendidik dari institusi pendidikan MARA yang berada di bawah kelolaan bahagian pendidikan tinggi MARA di seluruh Malaysia. Mereka akan berkongsi pengalaman, pengetahuan, amalan dalam penyelidikan yang telah dijalankan dalam pelbagai cabang ilmu dan bahan seperti kajian tindakan, teknologi pendidikan, pengajaran dan pembelajaran serta isu kontemporari yang insya-Allah akan memberi manfaat kepada kita semua. Untuk makluman semua, Colloquium ini akan berlangsung secara maya menggunakan dua sesi paralel iaitu sesi 1 dan sesi 2 yang ditayangkan secara serentak di YouTube Live saluran 1 dan 2 bermula jam 8.30 pagi dan dijangka selesai kira-kira jam 2 petang nanti. Penonton boleh memilih untuk menyaksikan perbentangan dari mana-mana saluran yang saya sebutkan tadi dengan menekan butang pautan atau link yang berkenaan. Yang pastinya, kesemua tajuk yang dibentangkan adalah sangat menarik untuk santapan minda kita semua. Perbentangan secara maya bagi setiap sesi akan berlangsung selama 20 minit diikuti dengan sesi soal jawab selama 10 minit. Oleh itu, sekiranya ada soalan yang ingin diajukan kepada pembentang, sila type soalan tersebut di ruangan komen. Jika anda mengikuti siaran ini sekarang, ini bermakna anda berada di saluran 2 YouTube Live Colloquium CSI First 2021, sebuah program secara maya yang julung kalinya diadakan oleh Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban. Baiklah, sidang penonton sekalian, tak kenal maka tak cinta. Mari sama-sama kita saksikan video korporat Kolej MARA Seremban. Demikianlah tadi tayangan video yang memperkenalkan Kolej Kebanggaan kami, Kolej MARA Seremban. Pastikan anda meneliti perincian agenda yang disediakan supaya anda tidak terlepas sesi perbentangan yang pastinya mengujakan. Kepada semua pelayar di saluran 2, selamat datang sekali lagi kami ucapkan. Selamat menonton dan semoga penyertaan anda dalam Colloquium ini akan merancakkan dan memeriahkan lagi sesi perkongsian ilmu ini. Terima kasih atas kesudian penyertaan anda dan semoga anda semua mendapat manfaat yang sebaik-baiknya. InsyaAllah. Sidang penonton sekalian, sesi perbentangan pertama akan berlangsung pada jam 8.45 pagi. Jangan ke mana-mana, kita akan kembali tepat jam 8.45 pagi sebentar lagi. Selamat kembali. Kepada anda yang baru menyertai, selamat datang diucapkan. Jangan lupa untuk kongsikan pautan siaran ini kepada kenalan anda dan jangan lupa untuk menekan butang like. Kita mulakan Colloquium kita hari ini dengan pembentang pertama iaitu Encik Azlan Bayu bin Zakaria dari KPM Bandar Penawar. Apa khabar Encik Azlan?
Khabar baik. Terima kasih pengurusi.
Ya. Tajuk yang akan dibentangkan oleh Encik Azlan ialah Rap Chat, Stories atau True Rap. Satu teknik yang melibatkan penggunaan muzik rap di dalam sesi ENP. Menarik bukan? Untuk mendapatkan gambaran yang lebih jelas tentang kajian ini, kita persilakan pembentang pertama kita, Encik Azlan Bayu. Persilakan.
Okay, thanks to Ms. Moderator for giving me opportunity to speak today. First of all, I would like to say thanks to God for giving me this opportunity, to share this knowledge with you. Secondly, I would like to send my biggest appreciation to host Kolej MARA Seremban, led by Dr. Saida. All right, thank you for this opportunity. I hope that this event can be done annually, because I guess this is actually the best platform for us teachers and educators to share what we have used in our classroom. All right, if you look at this topic of my presentation today, rap chat when stories are told through rap, like the moderator said, I'm using the rap music in my class, but for today's presentation, don't expect me to actually rap live, because I just share how I use this technique, in my classroom. All right, so my presentation today. All right, I will cover first why rap, why I use rap. All right, second is what is actually a rap chat, the introduction of this technique that I invent. And then how do I use this technique in my class? All right, I also will show you some finding based on my semi-structured interview. All right, and I will do some sort of conclusion, and I will show you how you can contact me. Maybe we want to do some sort of collaboration. I'm willing to do and for free, because of I think this is something that sometimes we should learn, because it's a bit technical, when it involves with the music. All right, why I choose rap? Because it's not our culture. When somebody said to me, Bayu, why you use this rap in your class? It's not our culture, it's African American. It's actually a platform for them to express the feeling and so on. For me, rap, this is actually the finding that show about the advantages of rap. First is rap music is very universal. The universality is able to cater student interest, culture aspect, lifestyle, and feeling through the music. All right. If, for example, you have different races of student, you have Malay, Chinese, Indian, they are suitable music that they can choose to be used in this technique. They are a Chinese rap beat or Japanese rap beat or Indian rap beat, Malay rap beat, for example. So in my opinion, let them choose because of that is their preference. All right. Second aspect, because of the fixed pattern of the music, I'm talking about rap genre, helps students to write the lyric and use the target word. I don't use other genre like R&B or pop or nasyid or dangdut whatsoever, because of they have a different, the pattern is quite complicated. I'm going to explain this on the next slide. All right, because of the fixed pattern, it's easy for me to manipulate the task that I give. For example, I want to give them how many bars or which beat that they have to rhyme the word and so on. And all the rap music have a fixed pattern. Okay, so it's easy for the teachers to use this genre. Basically the formula that I use is 1 bar contain 4 bits. Okay, what is 1 bar contain 4 bit? I'm going to explain after this. All right. Third, the sources. There are plenty of sources they can get. Usually, you can look at the YouTube, you just type rap beat, then there are plenty of rap beat that you can choose. Rap beat means rap and instrumental, right? And it's very flexible. You know, you can do, for example, I used to do at the main hall, let them perform, do a rap performance in group. Maybe they can do a rap battle, all right? They can actually record, because now we are individual online learning, right? Maybe they can record and put it in the YouTube and so on. So I think it's flexible for students for when they present their rap lyric, right? And of course, music is effective learning tool in lexical enhancement. This is my previous study, all right? When they write a lyric, incidentally, they will actually enhance the vocabulary in English, because based on the studies, the one of the most problem of our student, yeah, is actually the lack of vocabulary. So through this technique, right, it is hoped that they can enhance the vocabulary size. All right. And also, this technique is basically is founded based on Gartner. Okay, we have linguistic, musical, intrapersonal, interpersonal skill, or intelligent. All right, when I create this technique, I try to relate or link with this Gartner multiple of intelligence, because of we actually have a variety of students, and we want to actually attract them. So we should know their, we want to develop actually the skills, the intelligence they have, right? Not all, but I think yeah, we have linguistic, musical, intrapersonal, and interpersonal. I think it is more than okay. Yeah. Okay, this is actually the rap chat. Rap here represent the rap beat or rap instrumental. Means we don't have any vocal in it. When they find from the YouTube, it's just a music or instrumental, or we call it, the term is rap beat. Yeah, you can just you go to YouTube and type rap beat. There's a plenty of rap beat. And chat here, I'm referring to the expression of feeling, all right, or emotion of our student, all right. So when I combine it, I call it rap chat. Okay, rap chat is actually technique between rap beat and also student expression of feeling. Okay, how do I use this technique in my class? Okay, first stage, what I did is, you know, sorry. First thing first, when I do this technique, students need to decide what comes in their mind. You know, the theme, the message, what they want to write in their lyric. Okay, for example, they want to express their feeling, their sad feeling, for example. All right, and they have to specify it. Why they feeling sad? Maybe because they're disappointed because of they got a bad result in examination or in their SPM, for example. Right, so they have to specify it, because it might help them when to the next stage. Okay, the first thing first, they have to decide. So this is actually they do some sort of a reflection. Is actually intrapersonal skill, right? And then the next stage is they have to choose their favorite rap beat. Okay, for example, they said they are sad, very sad, you know, and feel so disappointed, depressed, and so on. So what they can do is just they type sad rap beat. Okay, so this example of a set rap beat I downloaded from the YouTube. All right. Okay, I'm going to play it because I'm going to show the fixed pattern of a rap beat. Okay, one beat. Sorry, one bar, 4 beat. Okay, how do I count it? Okay, let me play it. Okay, hopefully all the audience can listen to the song, the rap beat, sorry. I'm not going to rap, but I just show how I count the bars, yeah. This is actually introduction of the rap beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, and until the end, right? Basically, they said what 16 baris and so on. Exactly, you have to count it until 16 for 2, 3, 4. So the music will be stopped until that. And actually, 16 baris or 16 bars, if you watch that rancangan by I think Joe Flizzo, right? It's actually the verses of the first verse of the song. Okay, the verse of the song contain of 16 bars, and I can find it in any genre of the song, but rap. Okay, so it's very easy. For example, you give these tasks to student, maybe group, right? So you said, I want at least, you choose the rap beat contain of 48 bars, for example, so they have to count it. So they have the duration of the song based on the bars and beats. And beat, why important? Because of in the second beat and the fourth beat, they have to rhyme the word to ensure they are flow when they rap. So second and fourth beat, for example, my name is Bayu, right? So Bayu is in second beat. And then for the next line, they have to rhyme. So they have to use the learning tool that I'm going to explain after this. All right. And on and on. It's like they write an AC, but they have a music accompaniment. Okay, and then after that, they have to write a rap lyric. Usually, I will encourage them to write with the variety rhymes of scheme. You know, you have A, like pantun, and then A, B, or A, B, and they have, if they are advanced, you can use a multi-syllable. Like I think Eminem always use that kind of rhyme scheme. Okay, but don't worry, they can use the platform when they find the rhyme word. This platform is Rhyme Zone. Okay, Rhyme Zone is actually, I think, the main learning tools that students use when they do a rap chat. All right, and then apart from that, when they completing the rap lyric, teacher must act as a facilitator, because of sometime the student are not sure whether this word is appropriate to be used or not in context and so on. All right, and then if you do in group, basically in peers or maybe a small group, they will discuss to each other to actually think about what is a mutual theme or message they want to put in their lyric. And of course, in this process, will develop their interpersonal skill. You know, when they choose the rap beat, it will actually develop their musical skill and intelligence. And lastly, the process is very easy. It's a rap performance. You can do, they can do live or record it or any other presentation. Okay, up to their creativity. Okay, sorry. It is actually an example of a task sheet that I give to my student. Okay, you can read here. The group must be done in it's very small group, 3 to 4. All right, they have to choose one rap beat. Okay, they have to actually discuss among group members. All right, they must come up with their own and original lyric, not plagiarizing from the internet, because there are a lot of rap lyric. They might plagiarize it. So as a teacher, you have to make sure they don't plagiarize it. And number 4, the theme of the rap chat is storytelling. Usually when we give, we should give them what is actually the theme that you want to give to them. Maybe storytelling, maybe you can change to maybe fairy tales, I don't know. All right, maybe they want to about they want to tell about family members. All right, or maybe you want to tell about their first love, their life, romance life, I don't know. Okay, so up to the teachers and educators to choose the theme, make sure it's appropriate for our student. All right, and you have to ensure, because rap is about your it's a self-expression. Student should tell their own life and something related to their life on how they perceive on that thing and so on. Usually when you evaluate their lyric, you will look at the content, all right, vocabulary, other grammar aspect, right, including their rap performance, their confidence, their creativity, their cooperation, and so on. You can evaluate these student works. Okay. Okay, this is actually the rhyme zone that I'm using to do rap chat. If you look, you can just type rhyme zone in the Google. It will appear, and please choose rhymes advanced because there are lots of tools here. So choose rhymes advanced. There are plenty of, for example, you want to find what is the word that rhyme with book. Okay, so it will appear plenty of words that rhyme with book. So it will show the popularity. All right, popularity mean this is the most rhyme word with book. And then apart from that, student can also learn part of speech, verb, nouns, pronouns, and so on. All right, and then it function as a dictionary or thesaurus because of the student can find the meaning. Okay, they can find the meaning of the word and definition, how the word is used in sentence, and so on. So actually, rhyme zone is multifunction. Not only to find the rhyme word, it also function as thesaurus and dictionary, which is, it's very hard to ask the student to our student to look at the thesaurus or dictionary. But with this technique, basically, they will look at these tools because they have to write the lyric. By hook or by crook, they will look at, and they will incidentally learn many new vocabulary that they never see before or use before. Okay, this is actually how lecturers facilitated with their lyrics writing. All right, usually, of course, there's a lot of grammatical mistake. This is actually similar on what we do in when we mark our essay. Yeah, mark our student essay, all right, before correction and after correction. We check the words and so on, the grammatical aspect, and so on. Yeah, I think it's not difficult for me. This is actually the pictures of my colleague, facilitated during rehearsal. Usually during rehearsal, we look at their pronunciation, whether they can pronounce the word clearly and correctly. So we will give comment on that. And they love, to listen to our feedback on their performance because they want give the best. Okay, this is their lyric. They have the honor and pride when they presenting the rap. Okay, this is finding based on the semi-structured interview. All right, Rap Chat promoted. This is not the real name of the student, yeah, Aman and Yuna. Okay, Rap Chat promoted student production of the target language in interpersonal and intrapersonal spec that I have discussed before. Yeah, you can look at the comment of the student. All right, first week we received the assignment, we were blurred. The sentence of this is actually how our students said we blurred. Then we wrote our own bit, not actually wrote, but they choose. Created the bit from our own ideas. Okay, we couldn't believe it. Perform a rap check in front of many people, really unforgettable. Okay, this student is considered as a weak student, but they can give such comment. For me, is more than enough. Yeah. Improve my English. I knew the new thing in English, difficult to do, but best. We wrote our own bit, found our own lyric through our experience, intrapersonal, and we combine our experience. They have to mutual experience and present it in front of them. This is actually the best part. Okay, show that they really enjoy it. All right. Second finding: learning strategies preferred by students to improve their language proficiency. When you then do rap chat, usually they will go outdoor, in group. Okay, maybe it's very hard to do now. We have to do virtual if you want to do now. But I think it's okay. You can do it virtual. Okay, we have many technologies now. When a lecturer gave us tasks and we discussed in small group, we used the freedom wisely because we knew the lecturer would ask about our group outcome at the end of the session. So they prefer to do in small group, and they know they have to be autonomous because of we give them freedom. They can choose their own beat, own rap beat. They can choose what lyric they want to write, and so on. So I guess for the weak student who can see like that is, like I said, more than enough. Yeah. And then the next finding is the same but different student. Okay. when they like when we give it with music, when we cooperate music and we do it in the small group. All right, collaboration and cooperation techniques is there. Okay, the next finding, student positive attitude towards the classroom are manifestation of student confidence or motivation. For a weak student who very hard to use English, when they can say many experience with rap chat, when there was a problem, we tried to find solution. They find their own solution, especially looking for the right vocabulary. It's not easy, when the student trying so hard to find the right vocabulary to be used in AC. But in rap chat, they can actually try to find what is actually right vocabulary, and they will ask a teacher or their friend, to ask the opinion whether the word is correct or not. Okay, first we follow the grammar the lecturer taught us, and then we wrote our own our own to improve ourselves. Okay, before rap chat I was very shy and didn't mingle much, but because of rap chat I had to discuss a lot with my friend. Again, this is actually interpersonal and show they are confident and motivated in their learning process. All right, student anxiety, this is very, very important. The skill that we need to have, how they overcome the anxiety. Imagine our student present in our class. Of course, they are feel nervous and so on. What if they have to rap? Okay. Yes, based on my experience, a lot of students feel reluctant, to rap in front of public. But after the presentation, they will say, "I'm satisfied now." They even say that why the audience is not that many. We need more audience when we're presenting a rap. Okay, so they are really, really motivated, and they can overcome their anxiety. Okay, this actually I'm going to show how the rap work done by my student. Okay. Okay, the first video is when they do in group. Okay. This I do in lecture hall only, yeah. And they feel why not you do in the at the hall? I wake up to the rising, my phone was ringing. How you are chatting? I didn't say was dreaming. Yeah, so they actually preparing the slide and so on. So I'm not going to. You can watch later. All right. Next video is how rap battle can be done to replace actually. Usually English we have a debate and so on. Some students feel is boring. So to replace debate, you can choose rap battle. Sorry. They are so confident, when presenting the rap. The topic is very easy. Whether they want to choose to go to ordinary cafe or they want to go to Mamak store. So it's very easy. Then they battle to each other to say which one is the best. All right. Sometimes the student will quite naughty. They say, "Sir, you want us to rap? Can you rap?" Say, okay. So I actually make example of that. So it's actually sometimes the lecturer need to model the rapping. So this is actually my own voice, but I record it. I can do not do it live, but I must confess that there's no auto tune use when I record these songs. Yeah. This is actually when I want to learn about history of Palestine and Israel, so I put in rap. Okay, so I actually have to know it before I put in rap. So maybe history teacher can use this technique, and then let the student present it through rap. I don't know. Okay, and so on. So I think we should. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I go straight to the conclusion because we have running out of time. The rap chat encourage students learn a vocabulary intentionally and incidentally, right? When they use the word, they actually find the meaning word, so it's intentionally. And when they somehow, when they find the rhyme word, they will automatically find a new vocab and new words, okay, when they rhyme the word. Okay, it promotes collaboration between peers and teachers to accomplish the task given. We talk about interpersonal communication and so on. A rhyme zone is actually the best tool for the student to use in this technique because this platform is very multifunction. Okay, rap performance can develop student level confidence. Of course, space in the audience should be considered because sometimes students insist to perform it in public, maybe in the main hall. If I do in a class, a small class, they feel they don't really like it, so they need a bigger audience. All right. Based on I don't have any research. Actually, there's perception of teacher because sometimes the teachers may be reluctant to use this technique because of the rap music. And I think this technique may be used in other language skill and also other subject that use English, for example, physics, maths, statistics, science, history, and so on. Maybe you can use this technique, right? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Terima kasih atas perkongsian yang sangat menarik sebentar tadi Encik Azlan Bayu. Baik Encik Azlan, ada beberapa soalan yang tertera, saya akan bacakannya. Soalan pertama berbunyi, is it a must to rhyme it?
It depends. Is it we have to rhyme or not? When I first introduced this technique, I don't make it compulsory because I want them to just construct sentences. Okay, but for the second time, when I use this technique, because my focus is I want to develop vocabulary, so they have to rhyme it. And don't worry because we have rhyme zone. Okay, and you should teach them on the rhyme scheme A B because if they rhyme the words, they will automatically find a new vocabulary. It depends to the objective of your teaching. Yeah, very good question.
Ya, okey. Nampaknya kita ada masa untuk soalan yang kedua dan saya kira yang terakhir.
Alright.
Do you show example before giving rapping task to your student?
Yeah, but I first I will record it. I have recorded and put in my YouTube channel. You can actually go to my QR code. You can look at my not rap performance, but I record it. So to show that teacher also can rap, and I believe all teachers, everybody can rap. It's very easy. It's not that difficult. But I don't do it live because I don't think I can, because sometimes the student can do better than me. Yeah, but I just record and I put in the YouTube as in the video. Okay, you can go to the QR code. This is actually how you can contact me through my email, WhatsApp, Facebook, and you can go to my YouTube channel. You can scan to the QR code there. Alright.
Okay, Encik Azlan ada masa untuk satu lagi soalan. Do you show example before giving rapping task to your students? Oh, I think that's the question just now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you starting the rap task in group or individual tasks first?
Usually I will do in group. Because of this. Sometimes because I'm teaching a very weak student, so they have sometimes they work in group, they feel motivated, right? They do feel nervous. If I give it individual, they may be reluctant to do that. So I will start with maybe peer or maybe small group. Yeah.
Okay, baik. Okay, saya kira itu saja soalan yang sempat saya bacakan untuk sesi pertama ini. Terima kasih atas penjelasan Encik Azlan Bayu tadi dan kepada mereka yang bertanya. Bagi penonton yang masih mempunyai soalan, typekannya di ruangan komen. InsyaAllah Encik Azlan akan memberikan jawapan walaupun di luar sesi selepas ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan selamat maju jaya kepada Encik Azlan Bayu.
Okay, thank you to the organizer and moderator. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selesai sudah pembentangan pertama bagi Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021, sebuah program secara maya yang julung-julung kalinya diadakan oleh Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban. Seterusnya, perbentangan kedua akan bermula pada jam 9.25 pagi. Jadi kepada anda, jangan ke mana-mana, kita kembali sebentar lagi. Selamat datang ke Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021 Anjuran Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban. Pembentang kedua kita pagi ini ialah Encik Johari Syam bin Yusof dari KPM Indra Mahkota. Selamat datang Encik Johari.
Terima kasih. Selamat.
Sidang penonton sekalian, mari kita saksikan pula perbentangan kedua pada hari ini daripada Encik Johari Syam bin Yusof dari KPM Indra Mahkota dengan tajuk yang sangat menangkap perhatian kita, Beyond the Soft Sell of Malaysia Day Print Advertisement. Tanpa melengahkan masa, dipersilakan.
Okey, terima kasih host. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi and good morning everyone. So this is my topic for the sharing today, Beyond the Malaysia Day Print Advertisement. So based on this topic, we are going to analyze the print advertisement from the newspaper. I'm Johari Syam bin Yusof from Kolej MARA Seremban, Mahkota, Kuantan. Okay, the content for my sharing, for the sharing today, we start with the introduction, followed by the background, and in the background, we will look at some definition of certain words which I considered as significant words related to the topic or related to this study. The next is the purpose of this study, then the methodology. Maybe if we run out of time, we just I'm not going to go in further for the methodology, then just follow with the findings and the discussion, and this part is the analysis of the print advertisement, and last one is the conclusion. Okay, we start the introduction here. Basically, what I'm sharing today is a compilation of 3 conference paper that have been presented before, uh, which are in the third global conference on business and social science long time ago in 2015 in Kuala Lumpur, and next on to 2018 in USM Pulau Pinang, followed by last year International Conference on Teacher Education 2020 in Kota Baru, Kelantan. Okay, then we go to the background, which is the definition of certain words which I consider as the significant words to the topic or to the study. Okay, we start with, since this is the print advertisement, so it relates to the advertising, followed by the DM Porter wrote here in 1954. It is very old, but it is very significant since this person is a scholar of mass communication in the field of advertising, and it mentioned here advertising has joined the charm circle of institution which fix the values and standards of society, and it becomes necessary to consider with special care the extent and nature of its influence, how far its extent, and in what way it makes itself felt. Okay, next is about the soft sell. Okay, soft sell is subtle, casual, or friendly sales message, and also less likely to irritate consumers. And what kind or which soft sell of the print advertisement are going to discuss today, we will see later. And the next is about Malaysia Day. Okay. Uh, before 2010, when people say about Malaysia Day, is not that well known among us in Semenanjung. However, it's already celebrated or observed as a public holiday in Sabah and Sarawak. So, what is a Malaysia Day? It is the September 16 every year to commemorate the establishment of the Malaysia Federation in 1963. This is, we can see Malaya, North Borneo, or was renamed Sabah, together with Sarawak and Singapore to form Malaysia. So back or recall back to the history of our country. Uh, Unfortunately, 2 years later, Singapore has separated from the formation and became isolated country. However, prior to the formation of Malaysia, Sarawak gained its independence on July 22nd in 1963. But lately, we can see Sarawak Independence Day also transform or called to Hari Sarawak. Okay, in order to form the Malaysia, there are also several issues like Ganyang Malaysia camping by Indonesia, and also the Sabah issue by the Filipino. So, beginning in 2010, September 16 is declared by the government as a federal public holiday nationwide. Okay, next, there is another point or words or the significant thing that we really it is about DG because the telco because the advertisement or Malaysia Day print advertisements produced by DG. Uh, DG is significant with the native dialing prefix identifier a long time ago with 016. However, mandated by the Malaysian government, this does not apply to subscribers who switch from their old mobile service provider over to DG. So there are so many prefix identifiers 016, 012, and so on. And when we talk about DG, when we mention about DG, it is very famous with the yellow man and was renamed with yellow coverage fellow YCF. Okay, like this one. Okay, these are some pictures of Y man or Y yellow coverage fellow. And they are very famous in the television commercial last time. Okay, and also this one. And the tagline from the DG, like always the smarter choice, I follow you. And the current one is a Lex Inspire. Next, we move to the purpose of this study. Okay, this study actually is to reveal the functions and how cultural value can be expressed in the advertisement with two elements like the use of linguistic features that we are going to analyze and also the semiotic approach that embedded in this advertisement. At the same time, since this is a Malaysia Day or Hari Malaysia, so we want to see as well the selected advertisement reflect the multi-ratio of Malaysia population and also to see to what extent that advertisement promote the unity ideology of Malaysia population. And the next, which Malaysia Day print advertisement that we are going to discuss today. So look at here. Okay, this is one advertisement in English and another one for Bahasa Melayu version in English taken from New Straits Times, while for Bahasa Melayu version from Utusan Melayu. The second advertisement is this one, same from Utusan Malaysia, and another one is from NST for the English version. Now we move to the methodology of this study. Okay, the methodology of this study involved with the semiotic approach and also the linguistic features. So linguistic feature can be considered as any aspect of language use is an aspect of discourse. So discourse that to do with text, content, attraction, and persuasion, and it performs all these function. Uh, while semiotic approach here is about the image or sign system that which this method involves putting into words how image work by relating them to the ideological structure with organizes the meaning. And semiotic also could be used to analyze the large number of sign systems like I have mentioned before. And for this reason, it could not be applied to any media or cultural form. Why? It could not be applied to any media or cultural form. And also we can see that it explore the relationship among language. And advertisement also in this semiotic approach manipulate the advertisement which is conveying the message of the occasion. So in this particular advertisement, consider the Malaysia Day as the occasion. Okay, through all the semiotic approach together with the linguistic features are used in the discourse analysis. So discourse analysis is a research method for studying written or spoken language in relation to its social context. It aims to understand how language is used to in real life situations. So semiotic approach together with the linguistic features are used in discourse analysis based on this framework. Okay, Fair Class Three-Dimensional Model 2001. So I use this framework in order to analyze the print advertisement by using semiotic approach and also the linguistic feature through discourse analysis qualitatively. Okay, done with the methodology, then we move to the analysis, which we can discuss about finding and also the discussion. So start with the first advertisement. All right, we look at this advertisement and touch with the linguistic features first. So this is the advertisement. If we look at from here, there are two sentence fragments give readers the chance to associate. So this is the sentence fragment. It mentioned here we may have our differences, but we are also the same. Together, we work hard to serve our one Malaysia better. They still use one Malaysia since this is the quite long time ago, 2015 advertisement. All right. So from here, we can look at the dominant cultural values, okay, with the word differences and also the word the same. Okay, so these two words are opposite meaning to each other. And however, it creatively and brilliantly in ordering the information and the message in the text with the word togetherness to make it neutral. So they play with the words. I mean, the advertiser play with the words to make the language of advertising interesting and also attractive. So this is considered to have the unique value of association. Okay, next we see try to move to soft sell. We'll still the same advertisement. Okay, we look at here. So this is the small part in the advertisement to allocate the promotion and also the information on the product and services. So it meets with the soft sell element with this advertisement, which no psychological pressure on potential buyer. And also it is a passive way to show that advertiser had the solution with the what customer needs. Um, and next, we move to the semiotic approach. Okay, look at the picture in the middle here. We can see the three three creatures, okay, which can be reflected, or we can say that a twist that it is living in Malaysia peacefully together with other telecommunication company or telco in Malaysia. Okay, probably actually this, since this is a DG advertisement, so the yellow one represented DG. Probably the blue one is Celcom. The blue bear there is Celcom, while the globe there represented the Maxis. And these two hug by the yellow coverage fellow or yellow man, which is DG, which is represented DG. So these three elements also can be can represent three regions where form the Malaysia country, which are Semenanjung, Sabah, and also Sarawak. Beside that, we also can be interpreted the three major races in Malaysia, sitting on the grass facing the flying Jalur Gemilang and Sultan Abdul Samad historical building. Those are all significant to Malaysia Day. And here we also can see or can interpret that the unity and cooperative of Malaysia in diversity. While setting, okay, everybody knows that this setting or the location is Dataran Merdeka, which is the location of the advertisement, and also where many major events of the nation from the whole Malaysia brought the significant memory, and Malaysian where was very suitable and exact location to aspire the spirit of patriotism. Okay, then next. Mm, okay, but before that, once again, besides that, we still can see that the dominant, the advertisers still to show the dominant of its rule as compared to other companies, that the biggest size of DG yellow coverage fellow here as compared to the Maxis Globe and also the Blue Bell Salcom. Okay, done with the first advertisement. Now we move to um, second advertisement. So in this advertisement come with the word daisies. So what is daisies? Richard defined that daisies is expressed in English by way of personal pronouns. So this is linguistic term. Demonstrative personal pronoun, demonstrative adverbs, and tense. The term's etymology comes from the Greek, which means appointing or show. Okay. Then try to see in terms of linguistic features here. We see, okay, this is extract from the advertisement. How Malaysia are you? How Malaysian are you? Um, so they use you. Okay. Then also here, there is some other question. Since this advertisement actually is the quizzes or the question, of course, they will use the pronoun you. Next, with the one of the question with the particle lah. All right. The question number 3. Do you end all your sentences with lah? So the ubiquitous word lah here, a particle lah used at the end of a sentence can also be described as a particle that simultaneously assert a position and entice solidarity. And everybody know and everybody understand in our culture that we use lah and even in English. And last is often written after a comma for clarity, but there is never a pause before it. And if we go to our own national language, Bahasa Melayu, last is appended to the end of the word and it's not a separate word by itself. And this can be considered another unique and sometimes funny element for foreigner when speak English to local people. The next is about the questions that use in this advertisement, the yes, no interrogative syntactic forms. Okay, like how Malaysian are you there? This question casually formatted which the answers were known, familiar, and practiced if the person who answered them was a Malaysian. And of course, this question showed the multiracial of Malaysia population, whereas the three main languages are widely spoken after the national language, which is the second language and mother tongue. And also can be the three main languages in Malaysia, which are Bahasa Melayu, Mandarin, and also Tamil. And this considered as to promote a unity ideology in Malaysia multiracial population. However, even though there are some negative habits were anticipated as well, If you will look at here, one of the question, do you rely on instincts instead of road signs? It happen always. Huh? And also, do you show up 2 hours late for wedding dinners? And the next, there are also the funny questions, okay, which reflect multiracial society of Malaysia, which could not find in another or in other countries. So these following questions consider as the funny, like, do you believe Karak Highway is haunted? Like, have you ever mixed your coffee with tea? So all these questions actually express the symbol, characteristic, belief, manner, value, and practices among us Malaysian people. And last one, the soft sell. And we can see there the small part of the advertisement, only small part in advertisement to allocate the promotion and the information regarding the product and services offered by the company, as compared to the rest is more on the question or the content of the quiz, which is not related to the product or the service by the advertiser. Even the question also here does not refer or does not reflect the usage of product or service offered by the advertiser. Um, what else? And also did not attempt to sell the advertiser's brand or product merely, and there is no psychological pressure on potential buyers, and the promotion of the company product lesser than the information, because we can see here, compare, this is the small part is the product information as compared to the rest, which is not the information of the product. And lastly, we are going to the end of this presentation, of this sharing. We go to the conclusion. So from point of view of linguistic features, we can see the advertisement is to employ the major questions for both informative and also the persuasive function. While for the semiotic approach or semiotic analysis, the symbol, characteristic, value, manner, and major elements to convey the message, and at the same time to promote the product or services. Well, for the soft sell, advertisement communicated the need for all Malaysians to be more concerned for their unity in diversity of Malaysia. So beyond this advertisement, which consists linguistic features and semiotic approach, we discover that carefully crafted to meet such as commercial and social functions. Okay, the integrated of a blend of text and image to reflect the culture of Malaysia multiracial society. The building of the patriotism spirit after looking at this advertisement can be inspired, and this commercial communicated the fact that being a different races is not the reason not to cooperate each other. Uh, Before I leave, as I saw also here that to include that um, as a Muslim and a Malay population of Malaysia, seharusnya lah kita mengikut apa yang diperintahkan ini melalui ayat surah Al-Imran. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim wa antasimu bihablillahi jami'a wa la tafarraqu. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah and do not be divided. Dan berpegang teguhlah kamu sekalian pada tali Allah, janganlah kamu bercerai-berai. And that's all for my presentation of sharing today. So in the conjunction of the Bulan Kemerdekaan, I like to wish Selamat Hari Merdeka for everyone. And more or less 30 days from now, we are going to observe Hari Malaysia. Selamat Hari Malaysia. Until we'll meet again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Back to the host.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Encik Johari Syam, terima kasih diucapkan di atas perkongsian menarik sebentar tadi. Jadi kita ada satu soalan daripada penonton. Saya bacakan ya, Encik Johari.
Ya.
Have you came across any cases of semiotic or linguistic use in advertisement that do the opposite of achieving unity?
Hmm, boleh sekali lagi tak?
Um, have you came across any cases or semiotic or linguistic use in advertisement that do the opposite of achieving unity?
Okay,
Like
okay.
against what Encik Johari cakap tadi kan?
Okay, since the advertisement, like this is the print advertisement and quite long time ago, since the advertisement, the function of advertisement actually to persuade, and sometimes they promote the positivity of the culture. So it's quite hard to find what the question from Siti Azira here. However, nowadays, like lately, since there is some propaganda from the part from the negative part, yeah, there are some what do we call it? The cases of semiotic linguistic use in advertisement that do the opposite of
Opposite.
achieving unity. However, sometimes in terms of the like the scholar or the knowledge disciplinary of advertisement of mass communication, it considered as a satire. That's why there is a further discussion about this kind of issue. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Mhm.
baik. Okay, baik. Terima kasih dan tahniah diucapkan kepada Encik Johari Syam. Bagi penonton yang masih mempunyai soalan, typekannya di ruangan komen. Encik Johari akan memberikan jawapan walaupun di luar sesi selepas ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan selamat menuju jaya Encik Johari Syam.
Ya, terima kasih.
Demikian tadi selesainya perbentangan yang kedua bagi Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021. Seterusnya, perbentangan ketiga akan bermula pada jam 10.05 pagi. Jadi kepada anda, jangan ke mana-mana. Kita akan bertemu semula sebentar lagi. Selamat kembali sidang penonton sekalian. Mari kita saksikan pula perbentangan ketiga daripada wakil pembentang dari Kolej MARA Seremban iaitu Puan Yuzaila binti Muhammad Yunus yang membawakan tajuk kesan penggunaan model My Love QM2 terhadap aktiviti PDP. Apakah agaknya yang dimaksudkan dengan My Love QM2? Untuk huraiannya, mari kita teruskan dengan perbentangan kita yang ketiga. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Yuzaila daripada Kolej MARA Seremban bersama rakan-rakan seperjuangan saya Puan Nur Safura dan juga Puan Nur Rashdima ingin berkongsi tentang kajian yang kami telah lakukan berkenaan kesan penggunaan model My Love QM2 terhadap aktiviti PDP yang telah dijalankan di Kolej MARA Seremban. Semua mesti tertanya-tanya apa yang dimaksudkan model My Love QM2. Okey, jadi kita terus pergi kepada pengenalan. Okey, pengenalan kita boleh lihat My Love QM2 merupakan singkatan daripada perkataan My Love Quantum Mechanics Model. Itulah yang timbulnya QM2 mewakili kepada mechanic models yang mana model ni merupakan bahan bantu belajar maupun bahan bantu mengajar yang mawjud bagi topik struktur elektronik atom, khususnya konsep set nombor kuantum. Untuk pengetahuan penonton semua, struktur elektronik atom merupakan salah satu topik di dalam subjek chemistry yang banyak menggunakan interpretasi ataupun banyak menggunakan imajinasi. Sebab itulah kami mendapat idea untuk menghasilkan model ni. Okay, kita teruskan kepada seterusnya, slide seterusnya. Okay, penyataan masalah. Bagaimana kami menimbulkan idea, brainstorm, mendapat idea untuk membuat kajian ini kerana setelah daripada soal selidik awal yang kami lakukan dalam kalangan guru dan pelajar, kami mendapati bahawa untuk topik struktur atom ini kurangnya bahan bantu belajar ataupun bahan bantu mengajar yang khusus untuk topik teori mekanik kuantum. Kemudian pensyarah juga sukar untuk membantu pelajar menggambarkan konsep orbital. Secara tak langsung, pelajar kurang memahami konsep orbital ini. Seterusnya, permasalahan yang kami perolehi daripada survey yang kami lakukan di awal kajian ini, kesukaran pelajar untuk menginterpretasikan susunan subpetala dan kedudukan elektron dalam setiap orbital. Seterusnya, melalui Google Form Open-Ended Question, kami mendapati pelajar hanya dapat menggunakan teknik-teknik seperti membuat latihan, bertanya pada guru, menggunakan akronim untuk mempelajari dan memahami topik ini. Okey, so kita pergi seterusnya kepada tujuan kajian. Jadi, penghasilan model My Love QM ini bertujuan untuk menghasilkan bahan bantu belajar ataupun bahan bantu mengajar yang dapat dimanfaatkan oleh pensyarah dan pelajar. Kedua, dapat membantu pensyarah menjelaskan konsep model kuantum dengan lebih jelas dan mudah. Dan yang ketiga, dapat membantu pelajar untuk mudah memahami konsep set 4 nombor kuantum. Kita terus kepada objektif kajian. Objektif kajian ini bertujuan untuk mengenal pasti. Yang pertama, untuk mengenal pasti keberkesanan penggunaan model My Love QM2 dalam kalangan pensyarah kimia Kolej MARA Seremban. Yang pertama, kita nak lihat kepada keberkesanan dalam kalangan pensyarah, dan objektif utama yang kedua untuk mengenal pasti tahap keberkesanan penggunaan model My Love QM2 ini dalam kalangan pelajar pra-USM sesi 2019-2020. Kajian ini kami buat sebelum pandemik ini berlaku. So untuk kelas fizikal sesuai menggunakan model ini. Kita teruskan kepada metodologi kajian. Kajian ini kami telah melakukan secara kualitatif. Okey, yang mana kita boleh lihat pengumpulan data kualitatif kami dengan menggunakan prosedur dari segi aktiviti pencerapan pensyarah, yang mana pensyarah dicerap oleh pihak pengerusan iaitu ketua jabatan serta pemerhatian di dalam kelas. Pemerhatian di dalam kelas sama ada dari segi guru itu sendiri memerhati situasi pelajar semasa PDP dan juga para pencerap atau iaitu ketua jabatan semasa mencerap tu dia sendiri memerhati macam mana situasi PDP itu berlaku. Dan kami mendapati hasil daripada aktiviti ini iaitu borang soal selidik yang kami dapat daripada pelajar dan juga borang pencerapan serta ringkasan pengajaran harian pensyarah. Borang pencerapan dan juga ringkasan pengajaran kajian. Kemudian daripada data yang kami telah kumpul, kami analisis data ini secara kualitatif juga. Cara kami menganalisis, kami melihat kandungan-kandungan yang ada di dalam borang soal selidik pelajar dan juga borang pencerapan yang menghasilkan tema. So mesti semua penonton tanya apa yang dimaksudkan tema. Tema di sini untuk menjawab balik kepada objektif kajian kami, iaitu kami nak melihat keberkesanan model My Love QM Squared ini dalam kalangan pelajar dan juga dalam kalangan pensyarah. Okay. Seterusnya, kami menginterpretasikan data secara kami melihat dari segi penilaian pelajar, penilaian ketua jabatan dan juga refleksi daripada pensyarah itu sendiri. Kita teruskan Seterusnya kita melihat dapatan kajian yang pertama kami dapat daripada soal selidik open-ended. Maksudnya soal selidik secara soalan terbuka. Okay, kami dapat soal selidik daripada soalan terbuka yang kami menggunakan Google Form open-ended. Jadi kami dapat soalan pertama yang kami ajukan kepada para pelajar iaitu yang pertama, Okey, ini komen kami bertanya kepada pelajar, apakah komen anda tentang model My Love QM Squared ini? Dan kita dapat jawapan, kita dapat respon daripada pelajar. Kami dapat respon daripada pelajar. Pelajar kata model ini membantu mereka tambah faham, lebih jelas tentang konsep-konsep dalam topik ini. Pelajar lebih mudah ingat dan pelajar menarik dan juga seronok mempelajari topik ini. Ini soalan pertama dan kita pergi kepada soalan kedua. Soalan kedua yang kami utarakan kepada pelajar ialah soalan kedua, kita tukar slide seterusnya. Soalan kedua, okey, soalan kedua tak apalah, slide lambat sikit, mungkin ada masalah teknikal. Okey, soalan kedua yang kami utarakan kepada para pelajar, kami menyatakan sila nyatakan sebarang penambahbaikan kepada model My Love QM Squared ini di masa hadapan. Itu soalan kedua kami. Yang mana daripada jawapan respon pelajar yang kami perolehi daripada soalan ini, okay, ramai pelajar yang memberi respon bahawa supaya kami membuat atau mencipta satu model yang sama tapi mungkin dalam saiz yang skala lebih kecil supaya mereka mudah membawa ke mana sahaja. Dan ada juga pelajar yang memberi respon supaya kami membuat model ini dalam bentuk aplikasi. So bagi saya untuk menggunakan aplikasi memang sesuai dengan keadaan pandemik sekarang yang kita lebih kepada online ataupun virtual learning. Memang sesuai untuk kita menggunakan aplikasi ataupun apps. So So kita teruskan seterusnya, kita akan lihat dapatan kajian seterusnya. Okey, dapatan kajian seterusnya ini adalah gambar-gambar aktiviti yang kami lakukan kepada pelajar. Okey, yang mana pelajar menggunakan model MyLoveQM2 ini sebagai bahan bantu mengajar. Daripada gambar ini, ia telah menjawab tema pertama kami, iaitu kami nak melihat keberkesanan model ini terhadap kalangan pelajar. Yang mana daripada aktiviti yang kami jalankan, kami nampak pelajar menerapkan nilai-nilai murni seperti bertoleransi, okay? Dan juga kami nampak pelajar itu dari segi semangat berpasukan. Secara tidak langsung nilai-nilai murni ini akan timbul sendiri semasa pelajar menjalankan aktiviti menggunakan model ini. So, selain itu, kita tengok gambar seterusnya. Okay. Kita tengok seterusnya. Seterusnya kalau kita lihat di sini dengan bantuan bahan bantu belajar ini iaitu model MyLoveQM2 ini, secara tidak langsung pelajar itu dapat meningkatkan kemahiran berkomunikasi. Yang mana kita tahu kemahiran berkomunikasi ini bukanlah satu kemahiran yang mudah. Bukanlah satu kemahiran yang dipandang enteng. Kemahiran berkomunikasi ini banyak cabang. Contohnya pelajar kena tahu bagaimana teknik penyoalan, bagaimana teknik nak membuat keputusan secara cepat, dan ia akan melibatkan banyak critical thinking and kritis. Daripada kemahiran komunikasi, apabila pelajar ni dapat menonjolkan kemahiran berkomunikasi dia, secara tidak langsung keyakinan diri pelajar itu sendiri akan terpancar. Okay? Keyakinan diri pelajar itu sendiri akan terpancar. Dia lebih yakin nak menerangkan kepada rakan-rakan, nak mengajar rakan-rakan, nak memberi ilmu pengetahuan kepada rakan-rakan. Jadi ini semua menjawab kepada hasil tema kami. Ini semua menjawab kepada hasil tema kami, iaitu keberkesanan model ini dalam kalangan pelajar. Seterusnya kita lihat pula analisis data yang kami dapat dari sesi pencerapan. Dari sesi pencerapan ketua jabatan. Okey, yang pertama, dapatan yang kami dapat ini adalah pandangan ataupun komen-komen positif ketua jabatan ataupun pencerap kepada pelajar. Yang mana kita boleh tengok item pertama, okey, item pertama iaitu pelajar sentiasa bertanya dan tunjuk sikap ingin tahu. Okey. Ketua jabatan memberikan komen yang positif. Baik, memang pelajar suka menunjukkan sikap ingin bertanya. Okey. Seterusnya, item yang ketiga yang menunjukkan kepada item pelajar boleh bekerja dalam pasukan. Juga diberi komen yang positif daripada pihak pencerah, iaitu ketua jabatan. Item keempat, pelajar saling berinteraksi. Juga diberi komen yang positif, yang mana ketua jabatan melihat semasa sesi PDP berlangsung, perbincangan yang aktif antara pelajar berlaku. Okay. Dan item yang kelima, pelajar mempamerkan nilai-nilai murni. Nilai-nilai murni yang ketua jabatan ataupun pihak pencerap nampak sekarang dalam kelas PDP ini, pelajar memberi galakan kepada rakan-rakan yang lain. Maksudnya pelajar ni membantu rakan-rakan dia yang lemah, dia bantu untuk memahami konsep ini dengan bantuan model MyLoveQM2. Ini dapatan dari sesi pencerapan terhadap pelajar. Okay. Seterusnya kita pergi kepada dapatan kajian kepada pensyarah. Okay. Apa yang dikatakan berkesannya model ni terhadap pensyarah? Okay. Sekarang kita tengok komen-komen ketua jabatan terhadap pensyarah. Kita tengok item yang pertama, pendidik MARA menyediakan perancangan PDP yang sesuai dengan hasil pembelajaran. So pensyarah dapat komen yang positif daripada pihak pencerap yang mana pensyarah ni berjaya menyediakan perancangan PDP yang sesuai. Yang sesuai dan maksudnya yang sesuai ni menepati kepada hasil pembelajaran. Seterusnya kita pergi pula kepada item yang ketiga. Okey. Pendidik MARA menggunakan pendekatan konstruktivisme iaitu berpusatkan pelajar dan menepati PAK 21. Pensyarah mendapat komen yang positif yang mana pensyarah memang 100% menggunakan pendekatan berpusatkan pelajar. Pensyarah hanya bertindak sebagai facilitator. Okay? Pensyarah hanyalah sebagai facilitator dan pelajarlah yang buat semuanya. Okay, seterusnya pensyarah mendapat komen yang positif juga untuk item ke-12 iaitu pendidik MARA menunjukkan sikap dan kepribadian yang positif. Maksud kepribadian yang positif di sini, pensyarah ni kita nampak lebih bersemangat dalam kelas tu. Semasa sesi PDP berlangsung, pensyarah lebih bersemangat, lebih yakin dalam menyampaikan dia punya pengajaran kepada para pelajar. Itulah kepribadian yang positif yang diberi komen oleh pihak pencerap. Okay, seterusnya kita tengok, ini adalah rumusan yang diberi oleh ketua jabatan. Okay, yang mana ketua jabatan telah membuat keputusan membuat rumusan bahawa kekuatan PDP ini di mana pelajar telah diberi peluang untuk berbincang bagi menambahkan kefahaman tentang tajuk yang dipelajari. Okay. Kemudian aktiviti menggunakan model My Love QM Squared ini membuatkan pelajar aktif walaupun pembelajaran dilaksanakan pada pukul 3.30 petang. Seperti yang kita maklumlah semua, bila petang ni bukan sekadar pelajar, guru pun, pensyarah pun dah burn out kadang-kadang. So apabila ada bantuan ni, pelajar lebih seronok. Walaupun petang pelajar dah penat tapi mereka masih seronok, masih excited nak mempelajari ilmu ni. Okay, dengan adanya bantuan model My Love QM Squared ini. Okay, so seterusnya kita lihat pula. Okay, ini adalah refleksi pensyarah yang menggunakan model My Love QM Squared sebagai bahan bantu mengajar. Okay, refleksi pensyarah sendiri. Yang mana kita boleh lihat, saya dah besarkan tulisan dia di situ. Actually, I amazed because the volunteer able to explain well. Maksudnya dekat sini, pensyarah tu sendiri teruja dengan pelajar-pelajarnya mampu menjelaskan tentang konsep yang agak sukar digambarkan dengan mata kasar dengan jelas kepada rakan-rakan. Jadi di sini kita dapat lihat refleksi pensyarah ini menjawab kepada tema kedua kami iaitu untuk melihat keberkesanan model My Love QM Squared ini dalam kalangan pensyarah Kolej MARA Seremban. So, kita pergi seterusnya. Secara kesimpulannya, kami berharap supaya model My Love QM Squared ini mampu meningkatkan tahap pemahaman pelajar semasa sesi PDP bagi topik mekanik kuantum serta memudahkan para pensyarah membuat penjelasan berkaitan topik mekanik kuantum ini semasa sesi PDP sedang berjalan. Dengan itu berakhirlah sesi perkongsian saya. Okey, sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Puan Yuzaila yang mewakili kumpulan beliau atas perkongsian yang menarik sebentar tadi. Mari kita terus ke ruangan komen. Saya bacakan soalan dari penonton ya. Boleh Puan kongsikan apakah model My Love QM Squared tersebut? Saya rasa ya. Bagaimanakah fizikalnya model tersebut?
Okey, terima kasih Puan Azia. Okey, sebenarnya model My Love QM Squared ni merupakan kami menggunakan kertas sahaja, yang mana dalam model ini kita boleh tahu susunan elektron. Dalam masa yang sama kita boleh tahu shape of the orbital. Okay, kita boleh tahu macam mana shape of the orbital and the orientation of the orbital. Semua kita completekan, seolah-olah model my love QM2 ini adalah satu yang 3 and 4 in 1. Maksudnya kita boleh tahu, pelajar-pelajar boleh tahu dari segi susunan elektron, iaitu dari segi electronic configuration, dari segi shape of the orbital dan juga dari segi orientation of the orbital. Okay. Dari segi model tu juga pelajar boleh tahu, okey, untuk atom ni kita boleh tahu atom ni ada sebanyak 10 elektron. Atom ni ada sebanyak 12 elektron. So dia dah merangkumi semua. Adakah itu menjawab kepada Puan Miza?
Okey, baiklah, soalan kedua ya. Beberapa orang bertanyakan soalan yang sama. Bagaimanakah model ini boleh diterapkan di dalam PNP secara atas talian? Komen Puan?
Komen saya, buat masa sekarang kami dalam proses penambahbaikan lagi, sebab kami bercadang untuk membuat model ini dengan menggunakan suatu apps supaya bersesuaian dengan online virtual learning sekarang. Tapi kami tak berjaya lagi nak menghasilkan yang betul-betul orang kata solid yang menggunakan apps lagi. Cuma kami dalam proses penambahbaikan. Jadi untuk dalam talian sekarang mungkin kita boleh gunakan, mungkin kita boleh menghantar video kepada pelajar cara menggunakan model. So pelajar boleh tengoklah macam mana nak apply model ni. Okay, itu dalam proses penambahbaikan lagi.
Baik. Okay. Okay, baik. Saya kira itu sahaja soalan yang sempat saya bacakan untuk pembentangan kita yang ketiga. Bagi penonton yang masih mempunyai soalan, typekannya di ruangan komen. Pada pembentang kita akan berikan jawapan walaupun di luar sesi selepas ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan selamat maju jaya kami ucapkan kepada Puan Yuzaila dan rakan-rakan dari Kolej MARA Seremban atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Demikianlah tadi selesainya pembentangan ketiga bagi Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021. Baiklah para penonton, mari kita berehat seketika. Kembali selepas ini bersama pembentangan keempat tepat jam 11 pagi nanti. Baiklah, selamat kembali ke Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021. Sidang penonton, kita teruskan program kita dengan pembentangan keempat pada hari ini oleh Puan Wan Suhaila binti Wan Nawang dari Kolej MARA Seremban. Puan Wan Suhaila akan berkongsi tajuk yang sudah semestinya menarik minat dan perhatian ramai, wasiat si fakir. Tanpa melengahkan masa, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Puan Azia selaku moderator pada pagi ini. Assalamualaikum semua. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih kerana bersama dengan saya pada pagi ini. Ya, seperti yang anda semua lihat di skrin, ini adalah topik perkongsian saya pagi ini. Suka saya nak beritahu bahawa ini bukan research paper tetapi ia lebih kepada perkongsian ilmu yang saya dapat daripada guru lain juga. Saya pilih untuk berkongsi di platform ini sebab saya rasa topik ini memang sangat menarik dan berharap ia akan beri manfaat kepada semua. Perkenalkan, saya Wan Suhaila Wan Nawang. Saya mengajar subjek matematik di Kolej MARA Seremban dan saya di sini hari ini sebab saya suka untuk berkongsi. Alright. Bercakap tentang wasiat dan tentulah tentang harta. So inilah harta-harta saya which is 1 kumbang dan 5 puteri-puteri ni. Okay, inilah harta saya yang saya akan wasiatkan. So basically ia tidaklah bercakap tentang pembahagian harta sebenarnya. Sebab kalau kita cakap pasal wasiat tentu pasal pembahagian harta, betul tak? Tapi saya tidak memiliki harta fizikal yang banyak sehingga kita perlu buat wasiat, tapi inilah harta saya yang paling besar yang saya rasa saya perlu tuliskan sesuatu sebelum saya meninggal untuk dibingkiskan kepada mereka. So fokus saya pada hari ini adalah penulisan sebelum meninggal dunia, tetapi fokus kepada jiwa, bukan fokus kepada harta. Okey, kita pergi mana-mana mesti perlukan peta. Sekarang ni kita tak bawa peta tapi kita ada bawa phone sebab kita nak tengok Waze, kita nak tengok Google Maps. Dalam hidup kita pun kita tetap merujuk kepada peta. Kita nak tengok kita datang dari mana, kita berakhir di mana dan sekarang kita berada di mana. Okey, kita dah melalui 2 alam yang lepas. Yang pertama tu alam roh, yang kedua tu alam rahim. Kemudian sekarang ni kita berada di alam dunia dan seterusnya kita akan melangkah ke alam barzah. Dan yang paling hampir dengan kita adalah jambatan ke alam barzah. Apakah jambatan tu? Jambatan itu adalah kematian. Semua orang nak pergi ke alam yang satu lagi memang wajib melalui jambatan yang ini. Okey, ini saya petik saja daripada firman Allah. Okey, saya petik saja ni. Okey, daripada firman Allah surah Al-Anbiya ayat 35. Allah kata tiap-tiap yang bernyawa pasti akan merasakan mati dan kami akan menguji kamu dengan keburukan serta kebaikan serta cobaan dan hanya kepada kamilah kamu akan dikembalikan. Jadi kitalah sebenarnya yang akan memilih kita nak melalui ujian ni dengan cara yang macam mana. Yang pastinya memang kita akan mati. Okey. Syarat untuk mati bukanlah tua, bukanlah sakit, tapi syarat dia apa? Syarat dia hidup. Kita sekarang ni yang ada bersama dengan saya hari ni, kita hidup kan? Okey. Bermakna kita memang cukup syarat untuk mati. Seram tak bila kita fikir kita sudah cukup syarat untuk mati? Tapi sejauh mana kita bersedia untuk ke arah itu? Tapi sebelum kita cakap pasal persediaan, kita lihat dulu tentang momen kematian. Okey, sekarang ni bersama-sama dengan saya sekarang ni ada ramai kan? Cuba respon dekat chat. Cuba type satu. Siapa yang pernah melalui fasa atau menerima berita kematian? Sama ada pasangan, ibu bapa, anak ataupun adik-beradik. Cuba type satu dekat chat tu. Okey, bagi orang yang pernah melalui fasa ini ataupun momen ini, mereka akan rasa momen itu adalah momen yang sangat sepi, sangat kosong. Sepi sesepi-sepinya. Kita dah hantar jenazah ke kubur dan kita yang hidup mesti akan kembali ke rumah kita. Kita masuk ke dalam rumah, tetamu semua dah balik, dah tak ada siapa dah. Kita melangkah masuk ke dalam bilik, kita buka pintu perlahan-lahan, kita lihat ke dalam bilik, apa yang kita nampak? Yes, kita nampak perabot, kita nampak katil. Tapi sebenarnya pandangan itu kosong. Kita duduk dekat tepi katil, kita pandang setiap penjuru bilik, masih lagi kosong. Kita bangun, kita melangkah ke almari, kita tengok baju-baju tu semua, kita cium baju-baju tu. Kita tengok dalam bakul, masih ada pakaian yang belum berbasuh. Kita cium. Dan kita tak rasa seperti kita nak basuh pun baju tu. Kita rasa ibarat macam kita nak simpan baju tu dalam keadaan macam tu je. Biar kita dapat menikmati bau orang yang dah tiada tu. Jadi, maksudnya apa? Kenapa kita buat semua tu? Kenapa kita sanggup cium baju semua tu? Sebenarnya kita nak apa? Sebab kita nak makanan hati kita. Kita nak pengisian hati kita. Bayangkan di saat kita mencari-cari yang macam tu, kita dapat satu bingkisan daripada orang yang kita sayang. Pasangan kita, mak kita, ayah kita yang dah pergi tadi. Jadi sebenarnya inilah yang saya kongsikan, yang saya nak kongsikan tentang buatlah persediaan. Sebab apa? Yang ditinggalkan itu mahukan sesuatu daripada kita. Bagi seorang Muslim, tidak ada istilah kematian mengejut sebab semua memang dah diberitahu bahawa kematian itu memang pasti datang. Tadi pun saya dah sebut dalam surah Al-Anbiya tu, memang Allah dah bagi tahu bahawa kematian itu pasti. Jadi, bersedialah. Rasulullah memang dah pernah cakap sebelum ni. Orang yang bijak itu, orang yang sentiasa mengingati kematian dan bersedia. Kenapa kita nak tunggu tanda baru kita nak bersedia? Kita nak tunggu kita sakit. Baik kita tak payah macam tu. Kita sendiri yang andaikan yang kita takkan hidup lama. Itu lebih baik. Hari ni, pagi ni bersama dengan saya, ramai. Termasuk dengan diri saya sendiri. Berapa orang yang boleh hidup lama? Mungkin sampai petang nanti pun belum tentu. Jadi, seharusnya kita perlu bersedia dari sekarang. Tidak perlu kita tunggu tanda. Okey. Persiapan kita, ini yang saya cadangkan. Kita bukan bercakap tentang wasiat harta tetapi lebih kepada bingkisan. Kembali kepada fitrah, bersedia ke rahmatullah. Okey, bagaimana kita nak buat benda ni? Okey, kita nak tulis. Mungkin anda semua kata, oh saya tak pandai tulis. Cuba. Untuk menulis bingkisan ini, kita tidak perlu lawyer untuk tulis. Sebab kalau suruh lawyer tulis, dia akan jadi bahasa dia lain. Kita tulis dari hati. Tulis, pilihlah waktu yang sesuai. Yang pertama, mungkin kita boleh pilih waktu sebelum tidur. Sebab kita dah selesaikan urusan yang lain. Kita dah selesaikan solat isyak, mungkin ketika itu kita sedang juga berwuduk. Kalau kita tak berwuduk lagi, kita pergi ambil wuduk. Mungkin pasangan kita dah tidur, anak-anak dah tidur, waktu kita dah tenang. Jadi kita boleh tulis dengan lapang, tenang dari hati. Gunakan tulisan tangan sebab itu adalah satu treasure. Sebab anak kita akan rindu nak lihat tulisan tangan kita. Suami kita rindu nak tengok tulisan kita. Dedicate. Gunakan helaian yang berbeza untuk suami lain, untuk anak lain, untuk cucu lain, untuk mak ayah lain supaya nanti mereka tak berebut nak simpan benda tu. Sekurang-kurangnya boleh bagi seorang satu, awak satu macam tu. Kalau satu buku nanti semua orang berebut nak simpan. Okey, warna berbeza, okey ini optional. Warna putih pun tak apa, tapi kalau kita ada warna yang berbeza tu dia rasa macam ada sentimental touch sikit kat situ. Dan kita boleh lihat setiap hari dan kita boleh perbaiki mana-mana yang kita rasa oh belum cukup ataupun kita rasa macam oh ayat ini kalau kita ubah macam ni dia jadi lebih baik. Selagi kita ada peluang, selagi kita ada hayat, kita boleh ubah bila-bila masa sebab itu tulisan kita. Kita tidak guna lawyer, kita tak perlu bayar, kita yang buat sendiri. Untuk siapa? Inilah antara orang yang kita boleh consider untuk kita tulis. Lebih daripada ni, terpulang. Kalau rasa tak larat, buatlah untuk pasangan, ibu bapa, anak-anak, terpulang. Ini cuma cadangan saja. Ini bukan syarat wajib. Okey. Kalau kita nak tulis sesuatu, contohlah kita ambil lah untuk kita nak tulis ni, kita tulis untuk pasangan kita. Allah Ta'ala bagi tahu dengan kita. Wan Suhaila, awak ada 10 minit je lagi. Aku bagi kau masa 10 minit untuk cakap dengan suami kau. Ibarat dia macam tu lah kan. So dalam masa 10 minit kita nak cakap apa dengan suami kita? Adakah kita nak ungkit perkara yang kita bergaduh malam tadi yang tak selesai lagi? Tak. Waktu yang 10 minit itu selalunya kita akan gunakan untuk kita cakap betapa kita sayang dia, betapa kita cinta dia, betapa kita hargai dia. Itu yang kita perlu gunakan waktu yang ada tu. Bayangkan yang kita sedang bercakap dengan dia untuk kali terakhir, untuk nak ambil feel tu, kita bayangkan inilah dia waktu yang terakhir untuk kita bercakap dengan dia. Kita nak tinggalkan satu tanda yang sangat bagus sehingga dia akan ingat kita, sehingga dia akan mendoakan kita. Dia akan nak bagi mereka rasa baik tentang diri kita. Kita tak nak rasa berdosa, kita tak nak tinggalkan akaun dengan dia. Itu yang kita boleh buat. Okay, saya bagi contoh. Ini saya pun sebenarnya cikgu matematik. Jadi saya tak pandai sangat nak mengarang ayat kan. Tapi saya cuba sehabis baik. Saya bagi sikit contoh je. Macam mana kita nak tulis. Contoh untuk suami. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wahai suamiku, semasa abang baca tulisan saya ini, saya sudah tiada lagi di dunia ini. Macam tu. Ibarat dia lah. Ibarat kita bercakap macam tu dengan dia kan. Tapi yakinlah abang, saya tetap sayang abang sampai akhir hayat saya. Kalau anda semua panggil abang, then abang lah. Kalau panggil baby, baby lah. Kalau panggil papa, papa lah. Terpulang. Itu ikut panggilan masing-masing. Bagi tahu dia yang kita sayang dia, betapa kita appreciate dia, betapa kita hormat dia. Minta maaf banyak-banyak, sungguh-sungguh. Kenapa yang ini perlu banyak? Sebab kita selagi dia ada depan mata kita, kita susah nak minta maaf. Malam tadi bergaduh, pagi ni nak pergi kerja, rasa marah tu ada lagi. Selalunya salam dan peluk, pagi tadi keluar pergi kerja, salam je. Salam pun dah kira baik. Itu kita cakap kan. So, anggap ni kita dah tak ada masa dengan dia. Kita tulis bersungguh-sungguh kita minta maaf supaya kita meninggalkan satu rasa yang sangat best dalam hati dia. Masa bila? Masa dia tercari-cari kita tadi. Masa rindu tu. Kita sentuh dia di situ. Kita cakap dengan dia, teruskan bang, jadi ayah yang baik, bagi contoh yang baik untuk anak-anak kita. Jangan kita suruh, tapi kita cakap dengan dia jadi contoh. Jadi contoh kepada anak-anak kita. Bayangkan kalau kita nak menerima bingkisan daripada pasangan kita, kita nak menerima bingkisan yang bagaimana? Mesti kita nak bingkisan yang best. Jadi itulah, elemen itulah yang kita masukkan dalam kita punya bingkisan untuk pasangan kita, anak-anak kita, untuk mak ayah kita. Bagaimana kita nak terima, bagaimana begitu juga yang kita bagi. Okay? Untuk anak-anak ni talian hayat kita. Dia termasuk dalam 3 perkara yang kalau kita jaga betul-betul, ganjarannya berpanjangan. So kita kena tulis elok-elok, kita sentuh hati anak-anak kita ni. Kita pun ada banyak buat salah dengan mereka. Perbanyakkan minta maaf. Bagi tahu mereka, teruskan jadi anak yang berbakti. Kita cakap macam tu. Lahirkan rasa sayang, rasa macam kita bertuahnya memiliki mereka. Tulis baik-baik. 12 pesanan Luqmanul Hakim tu masukkan sekali. Kalau tak pasti apa dia pesanan-pesanan tu, boleh Google. Zaman sekarang ni Google je kita jumpa. Buatkan mereka rasa approve dengan memiliki kita tu. Untuk menantu jangan lupa ya. Kita jangan lupa tentang menantu kalau ada menantu. Sebab apa? Mereka adalah orang penting dalam hidup anak-anak kita. Kita minta maaf dengan mereka, bagi tahu dia yang kita hargai dia, perbanyakkan menghargai. Kita pernah jadi menantu kan? Jadi kita tahu bagaimana rasa jadi menantu dan kita tahu bagaimana rasa kita ingin di-appreciate. Ucapkan terima kasih kepada mereka, bagaimana mereka telah membahagiakan anak-anak kita, menjadi ayah, ibu kepada cucu-cucu kita. Itu yang kita perlu masukkan. Ini jangan lupa, menantu ni penting, kena tulis dekat situ. Okay. Kalau rasa macam nak tulis untuk cucu-cucu, silakan. Boleh masukkan juga untuk cucu-cucu tu, lebih kurang macam kita menulis untuk anak-anak. Yang pesanan Luqmanul Hakim tu tadi pun masukkan juga, terpulang kepada kreativiti anda semua, macam mana anda nak buat bingkisan itu. Bina ayat sehabis baik, seboleh yang mungkin. Dan anak-anak cucu-cucu ni kalau masa dia hidup tu mungkin kita dah biasa bercakap berborak dengan dia. Nanti kalau Neni dah tak ada, jangan lupa sedekahkan Neni Al-Fatihah ya. Borak dengan dia selalu macam tu, maksudnya biar dia attach dengan kita macam tu. Okay, dengan kawan-kawan. Jangan rasa tak penting dengan kawan-kawan ni, sebab kita satu hari dalam masa 24 jam tu berapa jam kita ada dengan kawan-kawan. Tak ada ke kawan-kawan yang kecil hati dengan kita. So kita banyaklah menulis untuk untuk memaafkan dan mohon juga dimaafkan. Sebutkan kebaikan kawan-kawan kita. Kita kalau buat silap dengan Allah Ta'ala, Allah tu Maha Pengampun, kita boleh minta ampun dengan Allah. Tetapi kalau kita buat salah dengan manusia, selagi manusia tu tak maafkan kita, jumpalah dekat akhirat nanti jawabnya. Kita kalau boleh tak nak akaun-akaun yang macam ni, semua orang pun nak masuk syurga dengan cepat. Okay, selepas kita dah tulis tu, kita simpan tadi, kita bacalah berulang kali. Apa agaknya akan jadi? Okey, agak-agaknya apa akan jadi kalau kita selalu baca tulisan-tulisan macam ni, every day kita baca. Sebenarnya bingkisan tu memang kita tulis kepada orang lain, tetapi kita sedang bercakap dengan diri kita sendiri. Dengan membaca every day setiap hari, kita akan rasa malu untuk berbuat tak baik. Ia akan menyebabkan kita jadi sangat fokus kepada akhirat. InsyaAllah, mudah-mudahan dengan tadi kita berwuduk, mudah-mudahan kita menjadi hamba Allah yang lebih baik, jadi isteri yang lebih baik, jadi ibu yang lebih baik. Itu pun tujuan kita. Okay, so kita akan ada mindset untuk sentiasa buat baik. Setuju? Kalau setuju, type dekat chat. Okay. Ini tempat kita simpan. Okey, terpulanglah. Anda semua nak simpan dekat mana? Nak simpan dekat dalam drawer, nak simpan dalam kotak, terpulanglah. Tapi dekat dalam kotak ni bukan setakat kita letak bingkisan surat-surat tu saja, tapi butiran-butiran bank, kalau ada hal hutang piutang, kita punya password, kita punya username, internet banking tu letaklah dekat dalam tu. Sebab nanti kalau berlaku apa-apa pada kita, pasangan ataupun orang yang paling hampir dengan kita boleh uruskan segera kita punya hutang piutang. Tak tunggu hal bicara selesai baru kita nak selesaikan yang lain. Tidak. Bermula daripada hari kedua kita tak ada tu, pasangan kita ataupun orang yang paling hampir dengan kita akan boleh selesaikan perkara yang penting tu, terutama hal hutang piutang. Okey? So bayangkan kalau kita dalam keadaan tercari-cari tadi, kita terjumpa kotak ni dekat dalam almari ataupun kat dalam bilik, tapi syarat dia sebenarnya perkara ni kita kena bagi tahu dengan pasangan kita supaya dia tahu mana nak cari. Okey? Setuju tak kalau saya cakap, selalunya kita ni kalau kita dah kehilangan baru kita rasa nak terkenang, hati kita mudah tersentuh. Setuju ke tak setuju? Jadi di saat ini adalah saat yang paling sesuai untuk kita menyentuh orang yang kita tinggalkan tu. Gunakan masa ini sebaiknya. Jadi kita buat persiapan daripada sekarang. Tulis daripada sekarang. Selagi hayat kita ni di kandung badan, kalau dah ditarik, dah tak boleh nak buat apa-apa lagi. Bayangkan dalam rasa sepi, rasa kosong tu kita dapat satu tulisan, bertulisan tangan, pasangan, mak, ayah, anak contohnya. Dalam surat tu bukan cakap pasal suruh berbagi-bagi baju kita yang banyak tu. Bukan cakap suruh berbagi-bagi gelang, berbagi-bagi handbag, pergi siram bunga. Bukan. Tapi dia cakap tentang betapa dia sayang kita. Agak-agak kita rasa apa bila kita dapat surat yang macam tu? Cuba type dekat chat dengan satu perkataan. Agaknya rasa macam mana kalau kita dapat surat ketika tu? Okay, type dekat chat. Alright, sebagai bonus, ini bonus kesetiaan you all mendengar. Anda semua mendengar perkongsian saya pagi ni, saya kongsi sedikitlah sebab atas kekangan masa saya siapkan sedikit saja contoh bingkisan saya kepada putera tunggal saya. Okey. Dengarkan. Alamak. Jika abang mahu mencari sahabat sejati, abang ujilah terlebih dahulu. Sekiranya dalam kemarahan itu dia masih menasihati, dialah sahabat yang dicari. Abang, kasih Umi sampai ke syurga. Kita jumpa di sana ya. Umi sayang abang. Assalamualaikum abang.
Okey, saya ulang balik ya.
Ketika abang membaca warkah ini, Umi telah tiada lagi di dunia ini. Abanglah anugerah terindah dan paling berharga buat Umi dan Walid. Nama abang adalah pilihan arwah Walid Salahuddin. Ya bang, Walid pilih nama hebat ini sempena nama pejuang Salahuddin Al-Ayyubi. Abang anak yang baik. Abang tak pernah meninggikan suara kepada Umi. Abang selalu menghulurkan bantuan tanpa Umi minta. Ketika Umi sakit, abang akan jaga Umi sungguh-sungguh. Terima kasih abang. Umi sayang abang dengan sepenuh hati Umi. Syukur Allah ambil Umi mendahului abang. Umi tak boleh bayangkan jika Allah uji Umi dengan kehilangan abang ketika hayat Umi. Abang, Umi mohon kemaafan atas segala kesalahan Umi terhadap abang. Mungkin banyak khilaf yang telah berlaku antara kita. Percayalah bang, Umi tak sengaja. Maafkan Umi. Kesilapan Umi abang jangan ulang kepada cucu-cucu Umi ya bang. Berhati-hatilah terhadap tutur bicaramu dan sentiasalah bermanis wajah. Jika abang mahu mencari sahabat sejati, abang ujilah terlebih dahulu. Sekiranya dalam kemarahan itu dia masih menasihati, dialah sahabat yang dicari. Abang, kasih Umi sampai ke syurga. Kita jumpa di sana ya. Umi sayang abang.
Okey. Ini sebagai contoh sahaja sebab kita ada kekangan masa kan. Jadi saya buat ringkas je. Saya yakin anda semua mempunyai kebolehan yang lebih baik untuk membina ayat supaya dapat menyentuh hati orang yang ditinggalkan tu. Okey, setakat ini sahaja perkongsian saya kali ini. Maafkan jika ada kelemahan, ada kekurangan. Yang baik itu semuanya daripada Allah Ta'ala yang Maha Agung. Terima kasih. Semoga kita berjiran di syurga.
Baiklah, terima kasih Puan Wan Suhaila atas perkongsian yang sangat menarik dan menginsafkan sebentar tadi. Sebenarnya kita masih menunggu soalan dari ruangan chat. Ruangan chat dibanjiri dengan kesedihan. Okey, sekiranya anda ada soalan, sila typekan di ruangan chat ya. Sahabat kita ada yang menyarankan supaya Puan Wan Suhaila untuk membuat menulis kajian berkenaan perkara ini.
InsyaAllah doakan saya ada kekuatan untuk menulis tu. Saya perlu dapat sokongan daripada kawan juga. Nanti kita cari tim untuk tulis insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. Baik. Satu perkongsian yang sangat menarik. Komen dari kawan-kawan kita di ruangan chat. Baik, terima kasih Puan Wan Suhaila. Sekali lagi
Sama-sama.
atas penerangan yang jelas tadi. Bagi penonton yang sekiranya mempunyai soalan, boleh typekannya di ruangan komen. Puan Wan Suhaila akan berikan jawapan di luar sesi selepas ini.
Terima
Terima
kasih.
kasih sekali lagi. Selamat menjejaya Puan Wan Suhaila.
Ya, terima kasih.
Sama. Begitulah berakhirnya sesi perbantangan keempat bagi Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021. Seterusnya, sesi perbantangan kelima akan bermula pada jam 11.40 pagi. Jadi kepada para pelayar, anda jangan ke mana-mana. Kita kembali selepas ini. Selamat kembali para pelayar. Baiklah, mari kita teruskan Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu kita CSI First 2021 dengan perbentangan yang kelima oleh dua orang pembentang kita hari ini, iaitu Puan Siti Haryati binti Cik Ya dan Encik Luqman Hakim bin Mat Soleh dari Kolej MARA Seremban. Apa khabar Encik Puan Siti Haryati dan Encik Luqman?
Baik, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Baiklah, kumpulan kedua pembentang dari Kolej MARA Seremban ini akan membawakan tajuk Best Practices in English Peer Support Program. Siapakah sasaran program ini dan apakah objektifnya? Mari kita saksikan pembentangan kita yang kelima. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum, boleh dengar? Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good day to everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Kolej MARA Seremban for organizing the event, and thank you for giving us a chance to participate, to be part of the event. Okay, so we are here to share our experiences and perhaps knowledge related to our small-scale English intervention program. Okay, the title of our presentation is Best Practices in English Peer Support Program, actually. Okay, support group and program lah. Okay, there are actually four of us, which is Siti Haryati, myself, Luqman Hakim, Fazliati, and Noraina. But the two of us are going to present today. All right, next. Right, to introduce our topic, I like to quote Richards, Conway, Roskis, and Harvey. They said that they claim that being equipped with a commendable level of English proficiency would enable one to become good language models, thus having no difficulty in sustaining the use of English in giving instructions and explanations. And this is supported by Khan and Renandia, in which teachers with sound English at disposal are found to be more confident and thus increase students' participation in classroom activities. So in short, our presentation today is focusing on teachers' proficiency in English, as their performance could in a way give an impact to their academic and professional development. Okay, next. All right, so what actually triggered us to conduct the program was the pre-test result that the non-English teachers received in an English competency test. Okay, so the test was actually meant for teachers teaching various subjects like science, maths, and we also included Islamic studies teachers. And the test showed that majority scored band 3 and below. Like more than 50% scored band 3 and below, with the majority scoring band 3 actually. Not that bad, moderate, okay? Not that bad actually. But still, because they have to sit for another test, okay, they have a post-test. So we, the English department, we thought, hey, maybe we could do something about this. Maybe we could help them prepare for their post-test. All right, next. Okay, so the English department, we came up with an English intervention program with the aim to help the teachers improve their level of proficiency and confidence, so that perhaps the program would be able to perform, will be able to help them perform better in speaking, writing, listening, and also improve their bands in the post-test. Okay, that is just a summary of the learning outcomes lah. Okay, next. All right, so what I'm showing you here is the summary of the implementation of the program, and the objective of the implementation is to use EPSP, okay, the English Peer Support Program, as an intervention program to achieve the learning outcomes that I have shown in my previous slides. Okay? Okay. And since this is a concerted effort from all the English teachers, we implement PLC strategies as our collaboration tools. Okay, so PLC stands for Professional Learning Communities, and it has a few strategies that are useful in teaching and learning, and it promotes collaborative learning. Okay, so the strategy that we used, there are many strategies actually in PLC, but the one that we chose was a teacher sharing session, which include show, tell, share, pillow talk. There's another one, I did not write it there, and also magic wand. So we will explain a little bit about these strategies later in our presentation. Okay, and the method in EPSP is a blended real-time and online learning. Since the respondents or the students, we cannot call them students because they are actually our colleagues, so we call them tutees, and the teachers are the tutors. Okay, so the method that we use in carrying out the activities is called blended real-time and online learning, and the total number of respondents was 40 for 10 tutors. Okay, there are 40 tutees with 10 tutors, but for the purpose of the presentation today, we chose only 4 tutors with 16 tutees, and we carried out a qualitative study, specifically interviews to get their feedback on EPSP. All right, next. Okay, next slide. All right. Okay, so the intervention program. So this is the intervention program, or we call it EPSP. Okay, focusing on the 4 skills. Like I have mentioned just now, we combine both real-time and online learning to facilitate their learning in all the 4 skills. The activities were designed by the tutors themselves. Okay, we did not set fixed activities for them to conduct, though we did prepare an English language module, but it is still up to the tutors and also the tutees, right? Because being with adult learners who were actually, they are also your colleagues, you could ask them for opinion on how they want the learning to be. Okay. Therefore, the tutors and the tutees, they could discuss and decide on how they want the sessions to be. On top of that, considering the time constraints on both parties, the tutors had to assign the tutees with some online assignments. Okay. So these are just some examples. I just write down some examples of the activities that the teachers had carried out in the program. Okay, next. All right, so this is the PLC strategy. So we're using teacher sharing session. There are actually a few strategies in PLC, but we just chose teacher sharing session. And actually the activities were for the tutors. Okay, PLC strategies is meant for the tutors. Okay, this is where the tutors, they sit together and discuss what they have done in the session with their tutees. Okay, next. There are 3 stages or steps, okay, in teacher sharing session. All right, and the first step is called show, tell, share. You can see from the picture, that is us. That was me holding the chart, one of the chart that we shared with our fellow called English teachers. They are all English teachers. Okay, tutors get together and share their best practices. Okay, the best practices here refers to the activities that the teachers thought work best with their tutees. Okay, for example, they have reading strategies, or they did grammar drills, or they're using online apps. Okay, things like that. So, so the English teachers, they shared what they had implemented, or they shared what they considered as their best practices. For example, one teacher even took their tutees out to McDonald's to encourage conversations at real place. But with the current situation, it's almost impossible to do that. Okay, and another teacher asked the tutees to make a video recording of themselves, and one tutor created a fun way to learn grammar. Okay, the one that that was not my that was not my board. Okay, that is one of the teachers' board. She is showing how it works. So this tutor created a fun way to learn grammar because she thought it would be easier for the tutees to grasp the concept. Okay, so that is show, tell, share, where we sit together and we share our best practices. Okay, next. Okay, the next step is called pillow talk. It's more like counseling session, but it's not. Okay, so here tutors share their experience in implementing the best practices with their tutees. And the experience is not necessarily experiences. They can also talk about the advantages and also the feedback they receive from the tutees. Basically anything, like they're just sharing what they have gone through in the sessions. Okay, and they also talk about the challenges and issues that they encountered throughout the program. Okay, that is pillow talk. Okay, next. Right, magic wand. So you can see that that person is holding a wand. Okay, so well, the wand is the symbol of power. Okay. Okay, when they hold the wand, it's like the tutors had the power to change, right? So any possible changes they could make to themselves, the working environment, and also to the college administration in order to improve the outcome. All right. For example, we found that one of the constraints that we had to face was in terms of time allocation. We did not have proper time to conduct our activities. It was not easy to get everybody to be together at the same time because we had classes to teach. So the change that we hope for is for the college administrators to provide a specific time to carry out the activities. Okay, so that is just an example. Okay, so in this step, we discuss on what can we do or what should we do as the people who has the power to change for a better outcome. Okay, right. So, however, okay, because this is something that we have done in the past, previous activities, right? So, based on our current situation now with the pandemic and all, I think all these steps can still be carried out online. Even the activities with the tutees, the activities, okay, that I have mentioned just now in EPSP, it can still be done. It can be altered and adjusted so that it can be done online. All right. That's all from me. I would like to invite my friend, Mr. Lokman Hakim, to continue with our presentation.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. So thank you, Ms. Haryati. So I'll proceed with the findings of and the conclusion of the EPSP, which is English Peer Support Program. Okay. So here's the most interesting part of the PLC, right? So we like to share the result with you guys. So data from post-test indicated a significant band improvement from pre-test, and while qualitative data from group interview showed an improvement of both the tutees' proficiency and confidence in the English language, right? So tutees also express motivation and interest in learning, while for the tutors, they reported an improvement in their teaching as well. All right, next, moving on to the next slide. So here, the tutees were interviewed in a focus group to obtain information on their perception of how the program affect the English language proficiency and their confidence in speaking English. All right, for question number 1, how do you feel having your colleague as your tutors? All right, so here respondent 1 mentioned that I'm happy because she is my friend, okay because just like a mentor to me, approachable and available at any time because my tutor is a colleague, right? I like it very much because I feel comfortable learning with my colleague. So that's for the first question, right? Now let's look at the second one. Next. All right, next question. What do you think about EPSP? Okay. So among the answers would be the tips and strategies I learned are very helpful. I like it because I get to practice speaking and get on the spot correction instead of listening to teacher talk, right? I think most of the respondent agree with this, and then I learned a lot of new things in the classes, right? Okay, next. So this interview question helps the the tutors get the feedback from the tutees. Okay, let's look at the question 3. All right. So what are the methods used by tutors that are helpful in preparing you in your tests? Okay. I like the speaking video because I can improve my speaking. So some of the tutors are using videos in their lesson, in the sharing session, and 5-minute stops because tutor corrected my speaking. I like the one-to-one session initiated by my tutor because I became more focused, right? So some of the tutors also did, personal one-to-one lesson with their tutees. And lastly, I enjoy the outdoor session because it's a different environment. Yeah, right. Okay, so that's the part. That's the feedback from the tutees. Now let's look at the next slide. Tutors reflection. All right. So PLC provides a wonderful opportunity to contribute and learn from each other. In fact, all of the players here in the PLC team agreed that EPSP was a win-win situation for all of us involved, right? So among the I'm inspired by the other tutors' best practices and their willingness to share. Right? I realized that sharing is a must rather than working alone to improve your students' result. Right? So we need more collaboration. I get new ideas on how to carry out the program, and I could use the best practices in class with my students as well. All right. Okay, next. All right. So as a conclusion, okay, as with many experiment with innovative and teaching and learning strategies, to improve English proficiency, the success of each strategies can always be achieved better upon improvement. Therefore, the first effort with the first batch of this Mara College showed great potential in terms of achievement. However, right, the review of the achievement in certain areas can still be improved. Okay. The observation of the study strongly suggests that the EPSP program, with its blend of real-time and online learning under the PLC strategies, played an important role in improving the non-English major lecturers' proficiency and confidence in English. Right? It also has a strong indication that its successful factor is because its teaching and learning design and processes fit so well into 6 suggestions being highlighted here. So what are the strategies? So the first one, tutors need to promote a positive classroom climate centered around cooperative learning. Next, tutor needs to do some kind of research in terms of the interests and the needs of each adult learner. They should also create learning goals based on the interests and needs of the learners and build on each subsequent activity to achieve the learning objective. They work together, co-create strategies, resources, and methods for instruction. And finally, tutors also need to review each activity and make modification where necessary. So these strategies help, to help this adult learner to improve their English. All right. I think that's all from us. Okay. I think that's all. Thank you for being here today. If you guys have any question that you'd like to ask.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada kedua-dua pembentang atas perkongsian yang menarik sebentar tadi. Baiklah, ada satu soalan daripada penonton kita. Saya bacakan ya. Apakah cabaran yang dihadapi semasa menjalankan program ini dan apakah keunikan program ini?
Okey, saya cuba jawab ya. Soalan dalam BM, saya jawab BM lah. Okey, cabaran yang dihadapi semasa menjalankan program ini, saya rasa cabaran yang terbesar adalah masa. Kekangan masa. Kerana semua pun kita dapat buat waktu bekerja. Jadi untuk slotkan masa untuk semua cuties to be together at the same time, itulah yang paling susah. Jadi apa yang kita boleh buat adalah kita terpaksa daripada buat secara berkumpulan, kita terpaksa juga buat secara perseorangan. Seorang-seorang punya session lah dari segi masa. Macam tu. Dan lagi satu, banyak kekangan tak dapat buat dalam tempoh yang lama. Because of that kekangan lah. Dari segi keunikan program ni, kerana kita bersama kita punya kolej, kita punya kawan sekerja, itu saya rasa sangat unik lah. Pada mula-mula kita pun macam takut juga because tak tahu macam mana penerimaan rakan-rakan kan, rakan sekerja. Would they be okay, belajar dengan kita. Tapi surprisingly, diorang sangat suka dengan program ni. Saya punya tuties lah. Okay, dia macam suka because dia rasa tak takut, kawan sendiri, rasa tak malu lah. Macam tu. Itulah saya rasa keunikan program ni. Kalau Encik Lokman nak tambah?
Silakan Encik Lokman. Nak tambah?
Ya.
Encik Lokman nak
Cabaran
tambah?
utamanya masa, dari segi masa lah yang Jabatan Bahasa terpaksa hadapi, tapi alhamdulillah dengan kerjasama from the other teachers, we managed to conduct the lesson. We go through the process and come up with this research paper. Right, the sharing. Thank you very much.
Okay, terima kasih. Baik, ya ada satu lagi soalannya. Dalam banyak-banyak sesi yang dijalankan, yang mana satukah tutor paling bersuka dan berminat dan dapat respon yang positif?
Okay, dia sebab kita punya activities pada setiap yang dijalankan oleh setiap tutor tu tak sama, dia berbeza-beza kan. Jadi masa kita buat sharing session sama-sama teachers tu, the teachers tu share lah apa aktiviti yang tutis kita suka, and saya rasa boleh agak kot yang dia orang keluar pergi kat McDonald's, itulah yang dia orang paling suka. Sebab they get to practice their English in real, in authentic place. Macam tu. So they kind of like that. Away from the working environment semua. So they like that activity lah. Lokman nak tambah?
Encik Lokman? Nak tambah?
I think most of them kind of like speaking activity because they get the chance to practice their English. So this is the time that they can practice before they apply in the classroom. I think most of them appreciate that very much.
Baik.
Any other question?
Okay. Baik, saya rasa itu saja soalan yang dikemukakan di ruangan komen. Okay. Terima kasih para pembentang atas penjelasan sebentar tadi, penjelasan yang jelas sebentar tadi. Bagi penonton yang masih mempunyai soalan, sila typekannya di ruangan komen. Para pembentang kita akan berikan jawapan walaupun di luar sesi selepas ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi Puan Siti Haryati dan Encik Lokman Hakim.
Terima kasih,
Selamat
Puan.
berjaya diucapkan.
Terima kasih.
Ya.
Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum.
Baiklah, selesai sudah sesi pembentangan kelima bagi Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021. Anjuran Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban. Baiklah para penonton, mari kita berehat sebentar. Kita akan bertemu semula untuk pembentangan yang ke-6 dan terakhir tepat jam 12.20 tengah hari. Jumpa lagi selepas ini. Selamat kembali ke Kolloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021, Anjuran Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban di saluran 2. Tibalah kita ke sesi pembentangan ke-6 dan juga yang terakhir untuk hari ini. Pembentangan terakhir kita hari ini adalah Puan Nurlila binti Ahmad Elias Charom. Selamat datang Puan Nurlila.
Thank you.
Sidang penonton sekalian, marilah kita ikuti pembentangan daripada Puan Nurlila binti Ahmad alias Charom, seorang pensyarah berpengalaman luas dari Kolej MARA Banting yang akan berkongsi tajuk IRP Journey Lessons Learned. Tanpa melengahkan masa, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Puan Nazia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone for coming. Tengah-tengah hari buta ni patut tengah makan nasi kan. So you are here to listen to my talk. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Okay. So today what I'm going to do, as the title said, that I'm going to discuss, I'm going to share my experience with all of you, my experience with the IRP, okay? For those of you who are not familiar with it, I believe that most of you are familiar with the IRP, but for those of you who are not, IRP is actually an acronym for the Intensive Revision Program. I think it started in 1995. It was first introduced by Mr. Matthias in KMB, and we have been running the program ever since. So that's mean this year will be the 26 years of IRP in our college. And out of that, I've been the person in charge or the IRP committee for about 20 years, I think. So what I'm going to present today are the lessons that I've learned throughout my journey as the IRP committee. Okay, and what I'm going to share is just my opinion. What I'm going to discuss is just what, it's just the conclusion that I get from my observation. And I'm just going to discuss the what rather than the how. Because I believe what I have learned in the IRP journey can also be applied to our life in general. Okay, the thing about the IRP journey is that when it first started in 1995, the first lesson that I realized, the first lesson that I noticed is that actually many of us, including myself, we are, without realizing it actually, we are quote and unquote penganut mazhab Darwin. Kita tak sedar actually. I'm not talking about the evolution, the part of the evolution where, species evolve, blah, 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 whatnot. But I'm talking about the concept of the survival of the fetus. So that's the first lesson that I learned actually. I mean, including myself, I was, and then, when it first started, because IRP needs for, teamwork. But if we have this concept, especially among students, the survival of the fetus, this is not going to make IRP work because students will have this win-lose attitude. And we cannot blame them because it's been the education culture in our country, ever since Tadika, for example, ever since kindergarten, students compete with each other. So competition is very great, so when you compete, you will have this win-lose attitude. Whereas in IRP, you need to have this win-win attitude rather than win-lose. So therefore, for IRP to work, this is the lesson that I learned. The first thing we must change the attitude, whether it's the attitude of the teachers or the attitude of the students. We need to make sure that everyone has the abundance mentality. the term that is coined by Stephen Covey, okay? We need to have the abundance mentality. We need to believe that everyone have the equal chances of getting 45, for example, in the IB exam or whatever exam, the best results. Everyone has that capacity. Okay, so in order for IRP to work, everybody needs to collaborate rather than compete. So that's the most important part of the IRP at the beginning. So that's the first lesson that I learned about the IRP. Okay, so let's move on to the second one. Okay, for the second lesson, I think what happened here is I realized that what I'm going to say here probably is going to be cliche, but I realized that we need to check the effect of our culture on our programs, because sometimes the success of the programs will depend on the culture to a certain extent actually. Okay, what I'm going to talk about here is I'm just going to focus on the 3 dimensions, okay, of our culture. There are many cultural dimensions, okay, but I'm just going to focus on 3 because these 3, I believe, has a very significant effect on the IRP. Okay, the first one is what we call the face-saving culture. The second one is the conflict avoidance culture. And the last one is what we call the power distant culture. So if you look at the face-saving culture, okay, if you look at the face-saving culture, or the conflict avoidance culture or the power distance culture, they are actually very interrelated. Because if you have a power distant culture, like in our culture, where boss is always right, or your elderly, your senior teacher, the senior teachers are always right, for example. So that's a power distant culture, okay? Because initially, when we look back, when IRP started in KMB, actually many teachers felt that the way that the IRP was implemented was not effective. But nobody said about it. Nobody said anything about it. Partly because of these 3 dimensions of our culture. Because, the face-saving culture, the conflict avoidance culture, because we do not want to create conflict. Okay, we try to avoid conflict. That's our culture, which is not bad at all. But there are times where you need to have conflict, then you need to have conflict, you need to disagree, for example, on certain things. So therefore, you need to disagree. Okay, but nobody said about it. It's common, I guess everybody has, many of us probably has experienced this. Many of us have actually experienced this where, in a meeting semua krik-krik je, tak ada cakap apa. Ada anything nak comment whatever, krik-krik je semua kan. But then after the meeting, a lot of stories came out. So this is something that is actually quite dominant in our culture, these 3 domains, okay? So therefore, we need to look at it. So hopefully, so that the IRP can work actually. But Alhamdulillah, I think that happened during the first year, and then the subsequent years. Okay, Mr. Matthias was open. He asked for teachers' suggestion and things like that. So the first 5 years was actually the year that we were actually trying to get the correct way to implement it. Okay, so it's more like a trial and error. And then by the 5th year, I think we got a solid program already. So it is very important. So this is the lesson that I learned. No matter, how much you want to save people's face or save our face, sometimes we are reluctant to say anything because malu nanti orang cakap apalah, salah cakap lah. It's the face saving culture. And yet we know that we are supposed to say it, for example, okay? So these are the three things that we need to look at in our life. Actually, it's not just in the IRP program. So hopefully we will communicate, because that's the most important thing. We need to communicate so that we can improve whatever program that we run in our college. Okay, so that's the second lesson. The third lessons that I would like to talk about will be the success. Remember I said that after 5 years of IRP in Kolej MARA Seremban, we found a way already on how to implement it. And the results of the exams were good, were excellent actually, not just good, they were excellent. So the danger of being successful here is that we tend to be complacent. We tend to be satisfied with ourselves, satisfied with the program. We become, we enter the comfort zone. So it is actually not good, because this is the lessons that I learned. Because once we entered our comfort zone, there is a tendency for us to lose our focus. So during that time, I think part 1 of the IRP was important, but we tend to neglect it. The tendency to neglect part 1 or not doing it seriously, okay, because we were just focusing on part 2. We lose our focus, okay. And then when students complain, for example, or give suggestions during that time, because we were successful, the program was successful. So we thought that, well, at least it was my mistake actually. This is the lessons that I learned. Me and the committee seems to think that, this is the students' fault, not our fault. So this is something that we need to be aware of. So be fair to the students. Try to avoid stereotyping the students. For example, when the group leader came and then, he or she complained about the members, we cannot just simply conclude, that ni group leader ni memang selfish, blah blah blah. Ini penganut mazhab Darwin contohnya kan. So that's not correct, because I think we do need to listen to all sides, to both sides, the leaders, the members, so avoid stereotyping the students. Atau kalau ada members, the group members pula, our stereotype would be, ni lah malas, blah blah blah, whatever. So these are the things that we need to avoid, because we always need to look back of the success. Why are we successful? What else can we do? So we need to adopt the Kaizen concept. I think everybody knows about the Kaizen concept, the continuous improvement. We need to continually improve our program. Try to adapt, try to adopt, because syllabus change, students change, technology change, So we do need to improvise, even though we have the skeleton, the IRP program is just the skeleton, for example. But, so you do need to improvise to suit the needs of the students, for example, okay? So that's the third lesson that I have learned. I think the last one that I'm going to share today, there will be 4 only, I think 4 is enough. The last one that I would like to share today, well, this is actually not just the IRP, but it is also about education as a whole. Me as a teacher for 30 plus years, which I'm going to retire very soon, inshallah. So this is what I learned, okay, that education is not a vending machine, okay, because it's not like, you go to a vending machine, you put in your money, and then you push whatever button, and then the things that you want comes out. I mean, education is not like that. We plan to do certain program, for example, okay. We tried our method, whatever, but sometimes the outcome is not what we expected, okay. So this is something that is quite common in the education system, okay. So what happened? Is it okay to feel sad? I think that's okay to feel sad. Is it okay to be disappointed? Yes, it is okay to be disappointed. So this is the lesson that I learned. It's okay. I mean, you can't be, sometimes people say, okay, tak apalah, it's okay, tak payah sedih, blah, 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 whatever. It's okay. To me, it's okay to feel sad. It's okay to be disappointed because we are just human. But I think the most important thing is that we must never lose hope. Okay, this is the thing that I like about IRP because we do things as a team. The teachers, we do it together as a team. So when we have success, we share the success together. When we have failures, we also share the failures together. So the burden is actually shared. So that's what I like about IRP. Okay, so we face the challenges together. We motivate each other. So I think it is very important that we should motivate each other. Okay, so we need to keep on moving. Even though, for example, we can say, alah penatnya lah buat IRP ni, result teruk lah, blah, 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 whatever, It's not that. I'm not saying that we don't look back. We also look back. Janganlah macam, alah memanglah tak ada salah kita. It's not like that. That's not what I meant. What I mean is, like I said, the third lesson, we need to have continuous improvement. And for this one, we need to be, I guess, what I would like to say here is that we need to be able to, should I say, redha, okay, with whatever outcome. Okay, so we need to actually work together to motivate each other. And I feel a few years back, I was watching Noman Ali Khan video, and in one of his talk, he was talking about how Allah actually, as a Muslim, we believe that Allah actually rewards the effort and not the outcome. So I think if we can think along that line, inshallah, it can motivate us. Okay, so we focus on our effort and not so much on the outcome. So we look back, what is it that we can do with the IRP program? I mean, how can we improvise? How can we cater for the students' need? Is there anything that we can do in a different way? So we focus on our effort, not the outcome. Nanti kena tembak dengan management. Sorry ya kalau ada management kat dalam ni ke orang BPT ke nanti kena tembak pula saya. I mean, it's not that, please don't get me wrong. It's not that kita tak cakap, I mean, it's not like kita cakap main-main lah. Tak, no, it's not like that. Because as a Muslim, we should know that we should try our best. But we don't focus on the outcome. We just focus on the effort because Allah rewards the effort and not the outcome. Okay, I think that's about all the 4 lessons that I have learned. So just to recap, the first one, we need to have the abundance mentality. The second one, please check that our culture, the face-saving culture, conflict avoidance culture, and also the power distant culture, please check the effect of that on our program, so that it does not have the negative effect. And then we need to have the Kaizen concept. So continuous improvement, do not be complacent with our success. And lastly, education is not a vending machine, okay? And that Allah reward the effort and not the outcome. So before I stop, I would like to quote, this is a dialogue from Lord of the Rings, okay? One of the character that J.R. Tolkien created actually said this, okay? I'm going to quote that now. And some things that should not have been forgotten were lost. History became legend, legend became myth. So my hope is that IRP will not be lost after I retire. So inshallah, IRP will not be lost and it will not become myth. So hopefully the success of IRP will not become myth. Rather, I hope that IRP will become history that repeats itself. Thank you all for listening. That's all.
Terima kasih diucapkan di atas perkongsian yang sangat menarik sebentar tadi, Puan Nurlila. Kita teruskan ke satu soalan daripada ruangan komen yang bertanyakan bagaimanakah cara kita nak menetapkan motivasi kita untuk membuat perkara yang sama setiap tahun seperti IRP, seperti program ini.
Okey. Terima kasih Puan Kamila. Okey. Macam saya kata tadi, sebagai seorang Islam, kalau saya lah, ini saya. What I did for myself, buat IRP setiap tahun, 20 tahun. Macam mana nak maintain motivasi? Yang pertama, of course, kita kena selalu buat, postmortem. So that bukanlah kita repeat exactly the same thing every year. Sebab kita akan ada improvisation sana sikit kan. Tapi yang penting kalau saya lah kan ya, saya akan cuba fikir bahawa semua yang kita buat ni adalah rezeki. Ialah kerja kita kan, ini kerja yang kita cari rezeki. So kalau kita mati esok, Allah akan tanya macam daripada mana kita dapat rezeki tu. So kalau kita dapat rezeki dengan kerja cincai-cincai, rasa macam susah besok nak jawab dekat akhirat. And then yang secondly yang saya rasa paling mudah macam tadi itulah, Allah akan reward effort. Allah does not reward the outcome. So kalau kita buat effort pun, sebab dalam Nokman Alihan punya talk tu dia kata dia mengajar bahasa Arab. Dia ada ramai student. Ada student memang genius, dia kata. Belajar sikit-sikit je score A. Tapi ada yang dia kata belajar beria-ialah belajar. Kita tengok tu kesian. Tapi dapat C je dalam kelas dia. So orang yang dapat C ni akan rasa sangat kecewa. Tapi itulah dia cakap. You rasa siapa yang dapat pahala lagi banyak? Dia tanya student dia. Sebab Allah reward the effort, not the outcome. Itu yang cantiknya Allah. So dia tak macam, yelah selalu dunia ni orang akan reward outcome kan. You dapat tu, you dapat ni. Tapi tak. So therefore that is my motivation lah. Tak tahulah kalau Puan Kamila nak cuba atau anybody nak cuba. Tapi kalau saya, itulah motivasi saya untuk terus bekerja. Sebab kita tahu, kita tak rugi apa-apa. Allah reward kita, insya-Allah.
Baik, terima kasih atas jawapan yang sangat menarik dan bernas tadi. Baik, ada satu lagi soalan dia, Puan Nurlila. What's the most memorable thing or event have ever happened in running the IRP throughout the years?
Allahu Akbar, ni dah lama sangat. Sebab memang ada banyak lah memorable things, memorable event. Tapi saya rasa ada satu lah yang saya ingat. Sebab ada student dulu kita pernah dapat student JPA yang memang top student lah. And masa mula-mula IRP tu memang dia jadi group leader. Dia memang very skeptical. Tapi towards the end tu alhamdulillah dia okey kan. Dia maksudnya dia and then dia punya group pun lepas tu result pun alhamdulillah bagus. Lepas tu dia ada tulis satu reflection. Dalam reflection tu memang touching lah. Yang itulah kot memorable. So dia rasa macam tadilah dia cakap, dia mula-mula pun macam tu lah penganut mazhab Darwin lah kan. Sebab survival of the fittest kena dapat tu. Tapi finally she went to Cambridge, tak silap saya. Saya tak ingat lah, Cambridge ke Oxford? Cambridge rasa. Medical school in Cambridge. So alhamdulillah dia berubah dan itu very touching lah untuk saya.
Dan sudah tentu ada banyak pengalaman yang memorable pada Puan Nurlila. Baik, kita ada banyak komen-komen yang sangat positif dan saya rasa ramai penonton kita yang dapat satu ilmu dari perkongsian Puan Nurlila. Okey. Allah reward the effort, right? Right, Puan Nurlila? Okey, baik. Kita tunggu kalau ada lagi soalan.
Oh, ingat masa dah habis dah.
Sesi Q&A, Puan.
Ada lagi ya? Ada lagi ya masa?
Sekejap, Puan. Okey, baik. Ramai juga saya rasa sahabat-sahabat Puan daripada Kolej MARA Banting Dan puan akan bersara tak lama lagi.
Ya, insyaAllah 2 minggu lagi, 1 September. 1 September habislah insyaAllah.
Baik. Okey. Okey, baik. Terima kasih di atas perkongsian sebentar tadi Puan Nurlila. Okey,
Okay, sama-sama.
perkongsian yang sangat berharga kerana datang dari seorang yang sangat berpengalaman. Selamat bersara dan selamat maju jaya kami ucapkan kepada Puan Nurlila.
Okey, terima kasih semua. Terima kasih kepada KMS yang telah sudi menjemput saya. Thank you very much.
Sama-sama Puan. Selamat bersara. Terima kasih. Baiklah, demikianlah tadi selesai sudah perbentangan Colloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021 Anjuran Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban. Semoga sesi perkongsian ini dapat memberi manfaat untuk anda semua. Saya selaku moderator anda di saluran 2 hari ini mewakili Jawatankuasa Pembangunan dan Penyelidikan Kolej MARA Seremban menyusun 10 jari memohon maaf atas segala kekurangan sepanjang kami mengendalikan sesi perbentangan di saluran ini. Terima kasih kepada para peserta dan para pelayar di saluran ini kerana sudi menyertai dan memeriahkan Kolloquium Perkongsian Ilmu CSI First 2021. Untuk makluman semua penonton, acara penutup akan berlangsung hanya di saluran 1 sahaja. Oleh itu, para pelayar di saluran 2 di mana anda berada sekarang, sila ke saluran 1 selepas ini untuk terus mengikuti sesi perkongsian ilmu kita di saluran 1. Terima kasih dan insyaAllah kita berjumpa lagi di CSI Second 2022.